Cool. Good enough. So let me start with my introduction. My name is Surendra, having 9+ years of experience in this testing world, more into automation testing using Selenium and other related components. As we all know that today we are going to study about mobile automation testing using Apm. So first of all, before jumping on to the actual topic, so let us see why APM is that much required, right? Why APM or mobile automation testing tool is required. So if you clearly observe, guys, these days, majority of the applications or requests from the customer is for a mobile app on Android and iOS. So popularity of the mobile apps is becoming wider and majority of the people are using mobile applications. So every org or every company is targeting for their mobile applications. So they should have a mobile application compatible for both Android and iOS. That's what every organization is targeting. So that too, like, if you have an idea on manual regression testing concept. So before that, why automation testing is required? Why automation is required for a web applications? See, the simple point out over here, why it is required for a particular web application means whenever there are multiple releases to execute previous release items, we are using automation testing, and the main advantage is it will save execution time. Right, that's what the main beauty of an automation testing. So that's the reason why we are automating the web applications. The similar way, these days, mobile applications also have a multiple releases to support regression stuff. We are trying to automate mobile applications as well. In the current market, we do have a different types of mobile automation testing tools. Among all the tools available in the markets, people are preferring, okay, so people are preferring APM. Why majority of the people are using this tool? Why not any other tools? Right, we should know basically why people are targeting only this APM, why not any other tools? So there are too many advantages are there. Few among them are usually 95% of the real world, they are automating their web applications using Selenium. So they want to build a common framework which will work for mobile and web applications. So it should build on top of Selenium. Apm is a tool which was built on top of a Selenium. It means if we are good at Selenium, then we can cover, or I can consider, if we are good at Selenium and if I have any application with me, I can cover up to 60% of automation using Selenium concepts itself. You don't need to learn anything new. You can automate up to 60% of your mobile application. Remaining 40% to automate, we need to know about some advanced concepts in APM. like swipe. So usually for every mobile, basically there is a horizontal swipe or vertical scroll functionality. So there are certain functionalities which are related to a mobile. In order to access those things, we should be familiarized with the APM and how we are going to use those commands. So that's the reason. So the base for this particular mobile automation testing is Selenium. If you are good at Selenium, then you can automate up to 60% of a mobile applications. This is going to be good. And the next point is using APM, we can automate Android and iOS operating systems. For suppose if my mobile application is an Android operating system, I can target using my APM tool. And if my organization is targeting an app which is specific to an iOS, even I can automate it using my APM. So it is an open source tool which supports multiple operating systems. That's the reason these days majority of the organizations are using APM as their mobile test automation tool. Okay, cool. Good. So before jumping on, am I clear for you all till now or any questions for me? Vijay, Srikant, Shashank, Pallavi and Jenice. Am I clear for you all till now or do you have any questions for me on this? If you good. If you have any questions, you can unmute yourself or we do have a chat option here. You can just ping me your questions in a chat window. Okay, good. Done the deal. So this is an overview about this APM. Then, so the next and a most important point of which we need to consider is what are types of, yeah, please go ahead. So we can integrate this APM with your Selenium framework, or you can create a separate framework for APM too. See here, there are 2 points. For suppose my application is having a web portal, like I can open it on a browser. That's the first thing. And the second thing is there is a separate app on an Android and a separate app on an iOS. See here, if you observe, your application is covering desktop web automation, mobile app automation. As your application is supporting these two, then you will create a common framework which will trigger on a mobile apps and a desktop web application. For suppose if your organization is developing only a mobile app itself, then you no need to integrate Selenium in place basically. Okay, you no need to focus on a web automation. It ultimately depends on the project needs whatever you are working. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes. So if you can integrate it with Selenium, majority of the cases, wherever you want, you can use it. The combination of these things, we can use it. Okay, good. Done the deal. And then the next point out over here is, so what are all the various types of mobile apps we have? See, basically, there are certain terminology which we need to follow in the real world, guys. So, whenever we are automating a mobile applications, people usually will ask, do you have any experience in automating a native app, hybrid app, web app? These kind of a terminologies people will use in a real world. So, first of all, let us see what exactly the differences between these apps. So, the first thing is a web app. If we are opening bookmyshow.com on your phone Chrome browser. Then we can treat it as a web app. Okay, then we can treat that particular functionality as a web app. So it means The application you are accessing using a URL itself. The way how I am opening Book My Show here, the same way I'm trying to open my Book My Show on my mobile browser. That's the thing. I haven't installed my app. I'm just opening Book My Show on my mobile browser. That we can call it as a web app. Okay. And we can't download the web apps from the App Store or a Play Store. We need to have an application URL using which we can open on the mobile browser. So here the web app, guys, it's going to be the most simplest part. The reason is, for suppose your organization has a desktop web application and even it supports mobile web app also. We don't have any specific apps which we can download from Play Store. Assume that this is a scenario. Your application is having only an app. So the best example for this one is, see, uh, so this is a website. This website will open on a browser on my desktop and as well as a browser on my mobile. So let me open some other app. Okay, Smart Zone. Okay, let it load. So here, what is going to happen? Assume that you have automated that application on your desktop. So if the functionality and all the features will be almost one and the same, right? The features and the functionality will be one and the same. Then you no need to create separate script for mobile web application. Whatever the script we prepared for desktop, we can reuse it. So we are going to reuse, or I can say I'm going to leverage the solution whatever I have prepared for my desktop app to a web app. That's the beauty with the web applications. 90% of the test script we can reuse it. But these days, majority of the clients are looking for apps which they needs to download from a Play Store. Then it's going to be either a native app or a hybrid app. If we are downloading any app from Play Store, we can call it as a native or a hybrid app. Good. That's fine. Then what is the difference between a native app and as well as a hybrid app? So the simple point is, native app. Everything will be within the app itself. Whereas for a hybrid app, if we perform some click operation, a mobile browser window will be opened by the app. So this app has native view and as well as a web view also. Okay, native view and as well as a web view also. That's the difference between a native and as well as a hybrid app. Both the apps, you can find it in an app store or a Play Store. You can download it and you can perform your operations. These are all the three different types of an apps. In the real world, mobile automation testing means it's going to be either on a native app or on an hybrid app itself. It's nothing much on top of these two. If you are targeting for mobile application, then it's going to be either on a native app or on a hybrid app itself. Cool. Good. So before moving on to a further topic, am I clear for you all till now, or do you have any questions for me on this? Vijay, Shashank, Srikanth, Pallavi, Meghali, and Janice. Am I clear for you all, or any questions for me on this? Good. Now, the next and a small point of which we need to consider is how can we test our application on the apps? Do we need to download the apps from the Play Store? Right. So the point out over here is whenever you are developing the app, if you are working on an Android or an iOS, developers will provide us the latest app file information, which we will use in our Apm script so that it will recognize and it will install the app for us on the targeted mobile device. Okay, on the target mobile device. That's it. It's going to be most simplest thing basically. So we will get the app from the developers. We will pass on that app information to our Apm script, which will recognize it and it will perform the operations on that. Good. Then, what are all the concepts we are going to study as part of this training program? All right, even we should know what are all the concepts we are going to study as part of this training program. So the complete training program is categorized into two parts. One is for Android and the second is for iOS. Whatever the topics we are covering on an Android, everything we are going to cover on an iOS. So how it's going to be means we will pick few scenarios which are on the app like text field, switches, radio buttons, and then images, scroll, tap, etc. All the type of web elements present on Android and iOS applications we are going to study. Okay, we are going to study all these types of web elements or different kinds of an options basically. How to select a value from a drop down, how to click on a buttons, how to check a radio button, uncheck a checkbox, whatever this whatever the operations you will encounter on any kind of a native app or a hybrid app, we are going to cover all those things. Examples on native app, examples on a hybrid app, examples on a web app, followed by we will study an overview on a Cucumber BDD framework. We will create a framework which is a common for desktop and a app automation using Cucumber, and we will consider couple of applications for our practice, and we will create a scripts in those framework, and later we will integrate our framework with Jenkins and a SaaS lab too. Okay, so basically SaaS lab is a cloud devices. If you want to execute your test scripts remotely, you can do it using a SaaS lab. So how you can establish a connection with the SaaS lab and all those things, we are going to study within our training program. Okay, so we are going to study all these concepts within our training program, and additionally, we will cover couple of sessions on core Java. Maybe at max 2 sessions on a core Java. We will see an overview on a class and object inheritance, variables, all the core Java concepts within 2 sessions we are going to study, and then we will jump onto APM. Everything we everything we have a detailed running notes here with us. You no need to document anything from your end. We have a detailed running notes with us, which we are going to upload in a Google Driver on a daily basis. And the similar way how we are recording this today's session, the similar way I'm going to record the complete session, and even I will upload these recordings in a Google Driver folder. You can use these recordings as well. Okay, and moreover, in the sessions whenever I am targeting about a iOS, so we will connect to the Mac machine, and then I will show all the scenarios on a Mac. So Android, I will focus on a Windows machine, and the iOS scenarios I will focus on a Mac machine. Okay, this is the stuff which we are going to plan, and we will try to focus on the framework which is common for both the things. Okay, good. Done the deal. So this is a high level overview on this training program, guys. Am I clear for you all till now, or do you have any questions for me on this? Yes. So it's going to be a 3 weeks, Shashank. On an average, we need a 3 to 4 weeks at max. Okay, 3 to 4 weeks, and it's going to be like how we have done with our Selenium. It's going to be more a practical orientation itself, and if you have any kind of a questions, we can resolve them within a sessions, or we can plan a doubt clarification session over the weekends to clarify all your questions. But the words are common from my end. If you are practicing all the concepts, then you will be in a position to work on mobile automation testing on any kind of a projects. You don't need to look for any kind of a supports. Assume that you got a place, and if you are practicing everything whatever I'm explaining in the sessions, you don't need to go for a support. Definitely you can work on your projects, but the only thing is you need to practice the stuff what we are dealing. And one more thing is, I'm trying to show these examples on different kinds of an applications available in a Play Store or from other sources. If you have any specific applications which we can practice, it's open for you. You can tell that we can use those applications in our sessions. There is no specific restriction that I just want to go with this application. Whatever the application you are suggesting, we can go with that app for our practice. Okay, so it's going to be a two-way mutual understanding, and we can practice on a different kinds of an applications available in the market. Okay, Shashank? Cool. Done the deal. And any further questions for me? Yeah, that's fine. See, the only difference here is basically native and a hybrid. So we can consider this hybrid as a native plus a web app. So it means this hybrid app, it has everything displaying on an app. On top of which, assume that if you click on some buttons, basically it will render a browser within the app, or it will open the browser. So it means from the app, it is navigating to a browser. So that kind of a concept is available in a hybrid app, whereas a native app, everything will be displayed within a native app instance itself. That's the simple difference between these two. Hybrid app has a native app instance, which is everything displaying on an app, followed by there are a few controls. If you click on a something, it will open it on a browser. Usually, a simple question will rise in our mind: what makes us a difference if something is opening on a browser when we are automating an app? Simple thing is here, when you are automating an app, if something additionally got opened means you need to inform your APM that switch to that particular view and perform that operation. Without a switching to that view, it will definitely fail. So that's the reason it's mandatory for you to switch your application view. Okay, it's mandatory for you to switch your application view. So you should identify whether it is a native app or a hybrid app. Based on that, you need to start your scripting. So moreover, once we started working on any kind of an application, so just by looking into the app, we can understand that. See, if assume that you are using a WhatsApp feature, right? So whenever we are using a WhatsApp feature, if I'm performing any click operation, it's going to open within an app itself, right? For suppose if someone has shared me a link stating that some ad, specific ad link, if someone has shared it, if we click on that, it will open on a web browser, right? Browser. So how you need to switch that? Your APM don't know that. So you need to pass on that mechanism, how it should switch to that one. And moreover, we can consider WhatsApp as a complete a hybrid app. I have just given you an example. The hybrid app functionalities and UI is bit differ. Okay, so majority of the hybrid apps these days, whatever they are developing, they will render the web page within the app itself. It's not opening a new screen, it's within an app itself, they will open the browser, like how they are designing. Okay, cool. So API testing, no, I can say. So API is for only few people. Okay, so it's not for everyone. There are a few sets of people for whom I have a committed for these API testing. For those people itself, we are going to cover the API testing. For others, it's going to be a complete stuff on APM, mobile, and as well as Android, and as well as an iOS stuff. So API is we are targeting for our previous batch students itself, whoever already took Selenium training from me or any other training for me. For them, we are offering APM plus API. Okay, cool. Yeah, we will cover, if required, we will cover a basic introduction on that. And depending on a need, we will plan accordingly. Okay, if majority of the people are looking for skill set, then definitely we will plan accordingly. Okay, cool. Done the deal. And any further questions? Yes, yes. See, huh? Yeah, go ahead. Fine, go ahead. Yeah. See, the first and the most important thing is in order to compare with the TDD, I haven't worked on TDD. Okay, but I can tell you what are all the various advantages or why we are targeting for this BDD. These days, every organization is focusing to have a customized framework on a Cucumber BDD itself. The reason is because of those feature files. Whatever the feature files we are using in a Cucumber BDD, it's going to be the most important thing for us. The reason is usually business analysts within the user stories itself, they are creating these feature files for us. Simply we are using those feature files and we are preparing our test scripts on top of those feature files. And then assume that for suppose we used this Cucumber BDD framework and I have automated roughly 100 test cases in my application. Moving further, we got a direction from the client to switch to a complete Selenium framework itself, not a BDD framework. The only thing is nowadays, whatever the framework we are working on, it's going to be a page object model itself. The Cucumber framework which we are going to create is also on a page object model itself. So as per the new framework structure, you can simply copy the code base from this Cucumber and you can reuse it on the other frameworks. Okay, so it's not, the code base, whatever you are preparing, it's not related to the Cucumber specific. So here we are using a Cucumber annotations. Whatever the stuff I have placed in a Cucumber annotation in a regular Selenium framework, you will place it in a method. Whatever the stuff we are calling it in a test runner, you will call it in a test.ng XML file. That's the difference. So, definitely whenever you are switching your frameworks, after some amount of code completion, definitely there will be a rework, and this rework is just of more or less of a copy paste itself, not recreating your test scripts from the scratch. Okay, that cool. Done the deal. Done up to here. Vijay, do you have any questions? Megali, Jenice, and everyone? Cool. So considering your silence as you all are good, so we are going to start our regular sessions from Monday at 9:30 p.m. EST. Okay, so we are going to start our regular sessions from Monday at 9:30 p.m. EST, and there will be change in the session link. Okay, so I will publish the session links to all your email IDs so that you can use that link and you can join the session. Okay, cool. Here's the stuff. And what else I need is I will publish this demo session recording from my end. Pravalika, could you please share your Gmail ID in a chat window? And Vijay, could you please, Shrikant, Vijay, Pravalika, Shrikant, could you please share your Gmail IDs in a chat window? And Jenice, Shashank, I have your email IDs. Pallavi, Meghali, I have your email IDs. Okay, you no need to share your email IDs. Okay, yeah, you're okay. Pravalika, I do have your email ID. Cool, thank you. Cool. Done the deal, guys. That's all I have for today. So if you get any emails for registration, just complete your registration by the Monday session and let's start our regular classes from Monday. I will publish this meeting link to your all email IDs. You can join using that. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. See you again on Monday. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello. Hi, everyone. Good morning. In this tutorial, we covered specifically APM on an Android devices. I just want to give you a more insights about what are all the topics we are covering as part of this training program and where can you find the material and the APK files, whatever we are discussing in the sessions. The first thing is this training is specifically meant for APM on an Android devices itself. But additionally to this course, we have added a couple more videos specific to an iOS configuration. So iOS configuration is a bit toughest part. That's the reason we have added a couple of videos specific to an iOS configuration as well. And additionally, we have added a bunch of core Java videos for you, which will help you to understand what exactly a core Java syntaxes and all those things. And later, whatever the APK files that we have used within this session, we have converted all the APK files into a zip files, and we have uploaded all the APK files into the second video itself. And moreover, we discussed about an overview on a Cucumber BDD framework and how to convert that a Cucumber BDD framework into a mobile automation framework. And even we have attached that a framework to these videos as well. So go ahead and practice all the concepts from your end. Do let us know at any point whenever you have any questions. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. All the best. Good guys, I'm just recording this session too. So if you remember in the last session, we had an introduction class where in which we discussed about an overview on mobile automation testing, how we are going to use this mobile automation testing and all those things. For the entire stuff, we need a prerequisites, right? Everything there should be a certain preconditions or a prerequisites that needs to be satisfied. The similar way here, in order to work on these things, there are certain prerequisites we have. So the first and a foremost thing is we should have an idea on, right? We should have an idea on core Java concepts. Right. Without the core Java concepts, it will be tough for us to understand. I hope, Pravalika, you have an idea on a core Java, right? I know Meghali, Pallavi, and Shishang, you all have an idea on a core Java. Pravalika, you do have an idea on a. Okay. Good. Done the deal. So then I'm skipping this core Java introduction part for now, guys. So I'm not touching that core Java concepts at all. The reason is, as we all have an idea on a core Java, I don't want to waste your time just by jumping on to that core Java again and again. So in the today's session, I want to show you what exactly the configuration required for us to work on mobile automation on Windows machine. Okay, so what exactly the configuration required for me to work on my Windows machine? So as I told you that we are splitting it into two parts. One is an Windows and another is an iOS. So Windows and an iOS, we have two different parts. So here we are going to study configuration related to the Windows now. Okay, we are going to study iOS moving further, but the first part is the Windows one. Okay, good. So here, the next point which I need to consider on top of this particular one is, okay, so what I need, the first one is Eclipse Editor. Okay, what I need is the first and a most important thing is an Eclipse Editor. Eclipse is an editor using which we are going to write down our code base. So Eclipse Editor. Okay, so we just need an Eclipse editor. The next one is Apm desktop version. Okay, Apm desktop version. And the next thing is, once you have a Apm desktop version, Apm Java client drivers. Selenium Java client drivers. That's it. So if you clearly observe, I already have an Eclipse editor in my machine. I already have a Selenium Java client drivers in my machine. So the only thing I need is Apm desktop and as well as a Apm Java clients. Good. That's fine. Let us download them. So go to the Apm downloads. I can search for Apm desktop download. I just searched for Apm desktop download. From the releases, I'm just clicking on a first link, which is a navigating to Apm website. And here, if you can see, the latest release is 1.17.1. Actually, I tried installing this 1.17.1, guys, but my Windows machine is populating some security issues and it's not installing this 1.17.1 in my personal machine. I have installed this 1.17.1 in my office machine and I was able to execute it there. But in my personal machine, I'm getting some Windows firewall blockage issues. That's the reason I'm not using 1.17.1 here. I'm using, see here, 1.17.0. It's a pre-release. Definitely we are not going to use that. See, the next one is 1.15.1. This is a confirmed release. So I'm clicking on this 1.15.1. It will navigate to the exe files download page. So this is a screen from where you can download the Apm desktop version. Depending on your operating system, you can download this. And one thing is, guys, if you are using a Mac, do let me know so that I have a separate document for the Mac configuration. We have to do that separately. It's not going to be a straightforward thing for Mac. Mac is having a completely a different configuration. Do let me know at the end of the session. We will see how to do that on a Mac. Okay, cool. And here I'm using a Windows machine. See here, I'm trying to download this Apm Windows 1.15.exe file. And once after I have downloaded the exe file, just like our regular installation, double click on that exe file, follow the installation. Automatically, the file will be installed on your machine. So how would I confirm whether the Apm got installed in my machine or not? See, I can find an icon on my desktop here, Apm, with the which we can confirm that Apm got successfully installed in my machine. Good. And in order to download that dependency, I'm going for MVN repository. We know MVN repository using which we can download all the jar files. So from there, I'm searching. So URL location or which one? Yeah, after downloading the exe file, as I am downloading in my machine, it's going to download here in this machine as an exe file in the downloads folder. The regular installation, assume that you want to install a VLC media player in your laptop. So you will be downloading an exe file, and upon double clicking on that exe file, you will be installing, right? So it will prompt you with all the steps. The same, more or less, it's going to be one and the same, the exe installations. Okay. Cool. Done the deal. And then, okay, so once we are done with the installation, I can find my APM on my desktop. And this desktop we are going to use for further stuff. So this is the APM desktop. So it was successfully installed. And now what we did means we navigated to APM Java client here, where in which I just want to download APM Java client, for which I navigated to a Maven repository and I searched for Apm Java clients. Okay, so here the first link is a Java client, and if you observe the parent, the location, IO Apm Java client. Click on that. So whenever you clicked on that Apm Java client, see here the releases, the latest release is a 7.3.0. Click on that. And here, if you want to download it as a jar file, click on this jar file. Automatically, it will be downloading. Oh, is it for everyone? Meghali, Pallavi, Shashank, can you all see my screen? Okay, okay, okay. Cool. Okay, cool. So I guess sure, sure. See, the simple thing is I'm just navigating to a Maven repository, mvnrepository.com. And in that Maven repository, I'm just searching for APM Java client. And upon searching for this APM Java client, we are getting the search results. And in the search results, I'm clicking on a first link, which is navigating to the Java client downloads screen. And it will display the various versions, whatever you have for this Java client. Usually we will pick the recent stable version itself. 7.3.0 is the recent version. You may go with a 7.2.0 or 7.3.0. For now, I'm just going with the 7.3.0 itself. And the initial project, what I'm creating is not a Maven. So here there is a jar option. I'm clicking on this jar, which is downloading the jar file to my machine. Apm Java client jar file got downloaded to my machine. Okay, good. Am I clear for you all now how to download these Java clients? Good, good. Done the deal. And once we are done with these Java client and as well as this got downloaded, the next thing is, do we need anything else here to download? Right. So the point here is, guys, we are trying to automate. Okay, we are trying to automate Android operating system, right? We are trying to automate Android operating system in the Windows machine. It means we should have Android OS in this machine, then only it will recognize the device and then it can perform operations on that. right? It can perform operations on that. You should have an Android in your machine. Then only it will recognize that. Else it won't recognize. So definitely you should have an Android software in your machine. To download Android software, there are multiple links from where you can download, but one simple way is we can download Android Studio. Okay, Android Studio is for the Android developers basically. So if you download the Android Studio and if you have installed Android Studio, automatically all the required Android softwares will be downloaded by that studio itself. Okay, assume that I'm using a Samsung mobile. Okay, Samsung S10, some other mobile. Whenever I purchased that mobile, I no need to install the apps like a Samsung Pay or Samsung related apps. I no need to install. By default, they will come with that particular Samsung mobile itself. The similar way, if I have a installed Android Studio in my machine, then I no need to install any other Android software. Automatically, it will install complete a bunch of Android into my machine. So for which, what I'm doing means I'm opening my browser, download Android Studio. I'm searching for this thing in a Google and I'm clicking on my first link. Okay, I'm just clicking on my first link, which is a navigating to Android downloads page. Okay, see here, this is the thing, and click on this the download studio. Again, this is the download studio. It's going to download as an exe file itself. See here, it's going to download as an Windows installer. So I have downloaded it a couple of months before, and I may be using a older version. You may be downloading a recent version and you are using that. That's fine. Download it. Once after you have downloaded this Android Studio, just like a regular installation, double click on that file, follow the installation, click on a next, and install it. Okay, complete the installation process. Double click on the exe file, follow the installation steps, and complete the installation. It will take few minutes to download the software to your machine. Yes, you can download it. Yeah, yeah, you can do that. See, the only difference on a Mac is related to Shashank, this APM itself. Okay, APM desktop. Only this thing will change. Apart from that, the other downloads will be one and the same. Okay. Okay, cool. Done the deal. And then once we are done up to here, one second, let me clear it. Okay, so just like a regular exe file, download it, follow the installations, and just complete the installation. And once we are done with the full installation, the next thing what you need to do is launch the Android Studio. Okay, so Android Studio. At the very first time when you launch the Android Studio, it will open up a new prompt in which it will gives you couple of options in which choose create a new project option. Okay, choose create a new project option there. Straightforward, what exactly you need to do is just create a new project option, select there. And once after you have chosen that particular option, then simply follow the steps. Don't give any names for the project. Just click on a next until you find a finish button. See, for me, I have already launched the Android Studio a couple of times. That's the reason it's directly opening the editor for me. Whereas for you, whenever you launched an Android Studio, a small window will display where in which it will ask you to select a couple of options. Among all those options, just select one which is create a new project. Okay, so here what I'm doing right now means go to file. I'm showing you how can we create a new project. File, new project. I just selected that option, and whenever we clicked on a new project, this is the prompt it's going to display. By default it will gives you a suggestion that a default name. You no need to change anything, guys. As I told you earlier, you no need to change anything. Just hit next, next, next until you find a finish. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. Why we need to create the project? What is the use of creating this project? Right? What is the use of creating the projects? See, the simple point out over here is Android software has OS versions inside that. Right? OS versions inside that. Let me open Google here. Android versions. So if you can see here, Android software has a multiple versions. See here, starting from one version, it will show till the latest version. This PPT, this reference link. See here, Android 10 is the recent version which was there into the market from September 3rd, 2019. Okay, in the month of September, Android has released the latest version, Android 10. And for every version, they are giving a API level. So what exactly the meaning is? For us as an end user, you can find the version number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. Whereas for a developer or in the backend, for every version, there is a compatible API level inside that. So for the Android 10, the corresponding API level is a 29. Okay, API number for the Android version 10 is a 29. So whenever you are creating a new project, at the very first time, once after you install the Android Studio in your machine, and when you are creating a new project there, what it will happen means it will recognize the Android OS and it will try to download the Android OS into your machine, like API 29 or API 28, whichever the versions might be. It will download that. That's the reason it's mandatory for you to create a new project. Once we are done with the creation of a project, then there is a no need for us to work on this Android Studio. We don't need anything on this Android Studio. Okay, so if you consider this as a point now, so we have a downloaded the Eclipse Editor, we have a downloaded the Apm desktop and installed it, we have a downloaded the Apm Java client version, we already have a Selenium Java client, and then we downloaded the Android Studio and we installed Android Studio too. Right, this is the thing, we have a downloaded the Android Studio and we have a installed the Android Studio. Good. And then the next point here is once after we have a downloaded and installed the Android Studio, we need to check that Android software in our local machine, like the path where it got installed. Usually the path will be one and the same. In the C drive, under the users, under your username, there is a app data folder. See here, guys, there is a app data folder for me. Assume that you are trying to launch it for the very first time. You don't find this app data folder by default. In such scenarios, whenever you don't have that app data folder, you need to click on this view tab. Let me hit it. So I just clicked on that view tab, and inside the view tab, So here there is one checkbox which I have a selected hidden items checkbox. Oh, I have a highlighted that. I checked that. So the meaning is view the hidden folders. So we are asking our system to show the folders which are already hidden. Then whenever you check that checkbox, then you can find this app data. Okay, so let me clear this screenshot. So this is the app data I can see now. Okay, let me move into this app data folder. Inside the app data there is a local, and here under the local you can find this Android, and inside of which there is a SDK folder. Once after you are done with your successful installation, you can find this Android software in this location. Okay, you can find this Android software in this location. Gets. And here, if you observe the platforms, so if you observe the platforms, let me move into these platforms once. See here, Android 24 is the platform I have installed. Okay, that's fine. Build tools. Let's see, 24 and 29 are the build tools that I have installed. Okay, so it means in my local machine, I have installed 24 Android and 29 Android. So what exactly in my machine I noticed that a 24 comma 29 Android. If you go to this reference link, 24 means I have installed Android 7 version, and 29 means I have installed Android 10 version. Both the Android OS versions got installed in my machine. Okay, the similar way, once after you have downloaded it and installed it, within the platform folder you can find your Android platform which it got installed. So here Android 24, it's an API level. 24 is an API level. See here, 24, it's a nuggets. Okay, that's the one. Whereas if you install a 29, then it's going to be Android 10. That's going to be your version. Good. Done the deal. We have a successfully downloaded all the things. Then what needs to be done again? So the next point that we need to do is, once we are done with the Android download and installation, we need to update this software in environmental variables. Okay, we need to update this software in environmental variables. Okay, in the environmental variables directly. Okay, so why we need to update the software and the environmental variables means, usually, Android will see, once after I added or I installed this Android, it will recognize the mobiles which I have connected. Okay, in order to do so, we need to always navigate to the command prompt. To cross check whether my connected device is recognized or not, I need to navigate to my command prompt. So, usually, if you have updated your software in the environmental variables, then what it will happen mean, wherever you are in a command prompt, directly your system will recognize the software. Else, you need to navigate to the installed folder location to recognize the software. So what I'm doing right now means, I will try to update this software in an environmental variables, so that in the command prompt, wherever I was, my system will recognize that software. So here, this is what my Android root folder is. Copy the path till SDK, and now right click on this PC, properties, and I am selecting this advanced system settings, advanced environmental variables. I'm clicking on that, and under the system variables, you need to do, under the system variables, create a new. Okay, so here I have already created it. I'm just editing it. Whatever the path you identified, place that path here, and the name is Android Home. It should be in an uppercases, Android underscore home. You need to specify here and hit OK. We have updated that Android home path here. Once after we updated the Android home, I have build tools and a platform tools. Guys, as I told you that I have installed the older versions of a Android Studio, and that took a couple of months or a year before. That's the reason I can find all these three folders. Whereas whenever you people are installing the latest Android Studio, you may not find a one folder inside that, but that's fine. Okay, if you are finding the platform tools, the build tools, that's fine. Even if one folder is not populating for you, that's fine. Okay, so what I'm doing right now means, so these are the three different folders, right? So what I'm doing means navigate inside the build tools, just copy the path for these build tools, just copy the path for these build tools, go to the environmental variables. Under the system variables itself, we have a path variable. Under the system variable, we have a path, edit it, and here directly place that build tools folder here. Whatever the build tools folder is there, just place it here. The similar way, once we are done with these build tools, come to tools, copy the tools path, go back here, place the tools path. The same way, go back here, navigate to platform tools, copy it, and place it here. That's it. We have updated all these information. So what you need to do here, you need to update Android home, the first thing, and then build tools, build tools, platform tools, and the tools. I have these three folders, hence I have updated it. Whereas for you, if you have only two folders, just update that information. That's it. So this is a simple thing, guys. I'm done with my configuration now. So this is the basic configuration required on a Windows machine. Okay, guys. So this one you need to consider. This is the basic configuration required for us to work on a Windows machine. Good. Am I clear for you all till now? Yes. Yes. Yes, you have to place it in an environmental variables. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Done the deal. Am I clear for you all till now, or any questions for me? Meghalgi, Shashank, Srikant, everyone. It's clear, right? Good. Yeah, I will start the same process on a Mac in just 2 minutes, Shashank, so that what are all the things you need to do on a Mac, you can do it now. Okay, just be with me for a few minutes. I will do that right now. Okay, cool. We have downloaded all the things, and now we need to arrange the things in place. Anyways, we just need to arrange the stuff in place. That's the first thing. And the next point here is, let's try to launch our Apm desktop and see how it looks like. Okay, so double click on that Apm desktop. It's trying to launch. It will take a few minutes to launch that Apm desktop version. So here, the Apm desktop is the most important thing for us. Whenever you are executing your test scripts, whenever you are executing your scripts, it's mandatory for you to start this server. Okay, you have to start this server, then only you can continue your execution. If not, it won't recognize that. Okay, and another thing is, okay, so we have installed Android Studio successfully in my machine. How would I know whether this Android got successfully installed or not? Right, so we should know, right? I have installed Android. How come I know whether my system is recognizing this or not? So what I'm doing right now means I'm connecting my personal Android device to this machine. Okay, using an USB cable. Using USB cable, I'm connecting my mobile phone to this laptop. Okay, I have a connected my device now. Okay, how would I know whether it got a connected or not? Open the command prompt. Okay, command prompt. So once you open the command prompt, ADB space devices. Okay, ADB space devices. It's an Android command which will recognize the connected Android devices to your machine. If you have a connected 5 USB cables, for the 5 cables you have a 5 devices, all the 5 devices list will be displayed. As of now, I have a connected only one device. That device name, this is the device name which it got highlighted. So this is the device you have a connected, and list of devices it will display. So it means you can confirm that okay, my device got successfully connected and my system is recognizing that particular device. My Android, it's been recognizing that. Good enough. And once we are done with this particular one, we can confirm that I have a successfully installed Android in my machine, and my device is being recognized. Okay, cool. And then the next point is usually it may not recognize your device at the initial instance. What you need to do means, so here I'm using a Vysor app which will reflect my mobile instance here. Okay, this app, why we are using means whenever you are giving a client demos and all those things. If I am executing my test scripts, they don't know, right? See, my mobile is connected to my laptop and I can only see that mobile, but you people can't see that. Whenever I'm giving a client demo, how would they know the script is executing or not? So that's the reason we have a Vysor app for Chrome, which will show me my complete mobile instance here. So here I'm trying to launch this Vysor. It was already installed to my machine. Okay, I'm trying to launch this Vysor app, whereas for you it will prompt you as install this add-on. Upon installing that, you can find this launch app, and you can find these apps here within a browser. There is a app section here, right? Clicking on that, you can find your Vysor app after successful installation. See, I have my Vysor here. I'm hitting that the Vysor. It's prompting. And as I connected, okay, can you see my screen? So, may I know your good name is Pravalika. Are you facing issues with my screen? I don't think. Yeah, so I have opened this Vysor, and in this Vysor, it is displaying one device. We have already connected that. It is showing as a view option for me. Clicking on a view, the complete mobile instance is populating here. Okay, whatever the mobile is there, it's populating here. And moreover, here from this tab, I can operate my mobile also. See, I have opened, assume that I have opened some apps on my mobile. So those app screen, it will prompt here. It's installing, it will take a few seconds. Okay, it's installing Vysor on my mobile. Okay, once the Vysor installation got completed on my mobile, then it will reflect my screen here. It may take a few seconds to get it. That's it. But this is the way how exactly we can mirror our mobile instance into a laptop. So the reason why we have a connected this one is to show you some configuration what exactly we need to do as part of this mobile recognition. So why 1 second. Let's see, I'm getting a blank screen. Not sure. 1 second, guys. Just give me a minute. Let's see why we are getting a blank screen here. Okay. Okay. I'm able to operate the stuff on my mobile, but I can see the blank screen. Okay. 1 second. Name settings. Let me check out the configurations. Usually, directly upon connecting, it should recognize the mobile instance there, but somehow few operations I can do, so hitting on a home, it's a hitting home on my device. Such kind of an operations are working on my device, but the screen is not populating. I'll cross check once again why it's not doing that. Okay, but this is one thing. And if you consider here the Apm, launched the Apm few minutes before, right? It will take some time to launch the Apm desktop. Once this Apm desktop got launched, this is the screen which it will populate. Okay, this is the screen which it will populate, like start the server, such kind of an options it will prompt. So among all these things, the port number it is populating is 4723. You are going to start your Apm server on your port 4723, and the server version is 1.15.1. That's what we have downloaded. Click on start server. So whenever you hit a start server, this is the screen it is populating. The server is running. Welcome to Apm 1.15.1. And here if you observe, has an interface listener started on 4723 0.0.0 colon 4723. So it's mentioning that your Apm is listening to this particular port. 0 colon 4723 is the port it's populating. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. So this is how I need to start my Apm server, and this is how I just need to perform this stuff. Is this point clear for you all till now, or any questions for me? Cool. Hi everyone. Good morning. So if you remember in the yesterday's session, we have seen how to configure Apm on a Windows, and in parallel we have seen how to configure it on a Mac. Once we are done with this configuration, the next point we need to do is, if you see what we have done so far, we downloaded all the required files and the softwares in our machine. Now we just need to cross check whether everything is working or not. Okay, whether everything is working properly or not, I just need to cross check. So what I am doing right now means, as you all know that we are going to use Java programming language and Eclipse Editor for this. So let me launch my Eclipse Editor, and let me create a new program in the editor. In order to create a new program, for sure I need to create a new project. Right, I need to create a new project. First of all, let me launch my Eclipse Editor. Okay, so it's launching. Let's wait for a minute. Okay, so once the Eclipse Editor got launched, then let us create a new Java project for us. We are targeting a Java project, so let us create a new Java project within our Eclipse Editor. So let's go back and see how this is going to work. So the Eclipse Editor is loading up. And one thing is, yesterday, if you remember, I tried to show my mobile instance here using a Vysor app, right? And I noticed that there are a bunch of issues. It's throwing as a blank screen with respect to Vysor. And it's somehow there is a version compatibility issue occurring now, not only here, even in my office machine also from last 3 to 4 days, I'm encountering this. So for this, what I have done means I have chosen an alternative for this, which is an air droid. Okay, which is an air droid. I'll show you this, how to use this. Using this one, I'm sharing my mobile screen here. And it's not required for you at all until you want to demo in your real world. Okay, if you want to demo in a real world, then you need these mirroring or this kind of a tools. Okay, how we are going to use this tool anyways, once after I started writing down the script, I will help you out with that. So I'm trying to launch this Eclipse Editor, and within this Eclipse Editor, let me create a new Java project for me. New Java projects. And in this Java project, I'm giving a name as batch 121 APM. So I have created a new project and click on a next button. So whenever I have chosen a next button here, see it is displaying source, project, libraries, order import. I can switch to the libraries tab, and from here itself directly I can add the jar files. So what I am doing right now means I switch it to this libraries tab. I'm clicking on these add external jars. Yesterday we have downloaded Selenium, Apm Java. Right. So I have selected this Apm Java client and hit this open button. So I just added the jar file. And what additional jar files we need to add? What additional jar files we need to add to our projects? As we all know that Appium is built on top of a Selenium, so we need to add those jar files as well. So here I'm adding my Selenium dependencies as well. Selenium Java client drivers 3.141.59 is the latest version which we used it in our Selenium sessions. I'm using the same Selenium Java 3.141.59. Switch to the libs, added everything here. So I have added all my required jar files at the time of a project creation itself, and I clicked on finish. Okay, whenever I clicked on a finish, automatically a new project got created here for me. Right, a new project got created for me. That's it. That's a simple point. See here, batch 121 APM, a new project got created for me. That's it. This is a simple thing which I need. So I have created a new Java project. Now let us expand this Java project and see what exactly the content we have inside this project. So one second, I'm just loading this Eclipse Editor so that we can see this, what we have inside of this one. Okay, so whenever we expand the Java project, you can find three sub folders inside that. See here, SRC, wherein which you are going to write down your source code, JRE system library, the complete Java related jar files, the referenced libraries, whatever the jar files we have created. Now, to this SRC, I'm creating a new package with the name as a scripts. And inside the scripts, I'm creating a new Java class, example one, with the main methods. Good enough. Successfully, we have created a new Java class. Now, how to create mobile automation code here? Right. How to create a mobile automation code here? We don't know anything. But one thing I noticed is we added Apm Java client drivers, and that version we have added is 7.3.0 something we have added this, right? Now what I'm doing right now means go back to the browser, Apm Java client documentation. I'm searching for a documentation. Say I'm clicking on the first link. So this is the link. See, if you observe, Java client 7.3.0 Java doc. So this is the one. Let me open it and let's see. So usually, whichever the document you have opened, whichever the version you have opened, see on the top, there is an option. See here is a drop down basically. So in this drop down, you can select your respective APM versions. Automatically, the documentation will be populated related to that version. See here, if I use any older versions, I can select it. This documentation is rendered for that. Or Okay, yeah, this documentation is rendered for that. As we used a 7.3.0, this is the documentation. So here, these many packages are there within this documentation, and it has these many classes inside of that. These are all the various classes. So if you start with the A, basically Android by Android driver, Android element, Android find all, Android find by. So first of all, let me click this Android driver. So whenever you clicked on this Android driver, see here, class, it is an Android driver. That's fine. It's extending a web element. That's fine. So this is the syntax basically. Type parameters. See here, it is asking a parameter, right? The required type implements a web element. So what exactly the parameter you need to pass, we are just specifying here. And using this Android driver, what are all the implementations we can do? Everything is listed here. What are all the various implementations we have? Everything. An Android driver object creation, you can use any one of these methods. So we do have a bunch of methods here in order to create an Android driver, like the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth one. Among all these things, we are going to use one option, which is this one, Android driver, for which we are passing the Apm server URL. See here, on which port your Apm server is passing, you need to pass that URL followed by desired capabilities. I don't know anything about a desired capabilities. Fine, we will study it now. But one thing I observed from this documentation. So, from the official documentation of Apm, I noticed that Android driver needs two inputs to create an object. The first one which I need from it is basically Apm server URL, on which port Apm is started. That URL you need to specify. And the next one is desired capabilities. Okay, so these are the two things we need to pass. But if you remember the yesterday's class, whenever we started the Apm server, it is displaying a 4723 as a default port. So to cross check, let me launch my Apm here. I'm just performing a double click operation on my Apm, and let us see the port number once again, on which port it is starting. Okay, so it's trying to launch this Apm now. Let's see once it got launched. Okay, and in the meantime, they are mentioning that we need a desired capabilities. Apm need a desired capabilities here. Fine. We will see what are all the desired capabilities you need to pass. We will see that in details. Okay, we will see all those things in detail. What are all the desired capabilities we need? We will see all those things in details. And here, if you see, these are all the various methods, whatever we will get upon creating an object to the Android driver. In the official documentation, they have given all these things, all the invisible elements, all these things, element tested, execute, find element by class name, find element by ID. So these are the various methods you can use on top of that Android objects. On top of that Android object, you can use all these methods. Okay, see here, methods inherited from Apm driver. So what exactly this Apm driver? See, I noticed that Android driver, right? Whenever I opened the documentation, I noticed that an Android driver. So when can we use this Android driver? Means if you want to execute your scripts on Android OS, then we will use it. For suppose if you want to use iOS, then you will be creating an object to an iOS driver. Then what is an Apm driver? Apm driver is the main class. Let me click on that. So let's see this. Apm Java client driver, it is started with the Apm driver itself, and from this Apm driver we have Android driver, iOS driver, and the Windows driver. Apm driver is the first class. From the Apm driver, specific to work on an Android, we have an Android driver. If you work on an iOS, you have an iOS driver. And if you work on a Windows, you have a Windows driver. These are all the three OS categorizations. We just studied about an Android driver. It has what are all the various methods we have. Even we looked into these methods. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. So this is about Apm Java client documentation. Good. Now here it launched the Apm desktop and it is asking me to update to 1.17.1. I don't want to do that. As I told you yesterday, there are some security issues which are populating in my Windows machine. To get rid of all these things, I'm not installing 1.17 for now. Maybe at a later point we will install that. And now here, when you observe this Apm desktop, the host is 4 zeros, 0.0.0.0, and the port number is 4723. Whenever I hit the start server, see those are 4 dots of 0 followed by a 4723. Apm REST HTTP interface listener started this. So the meaning is your Apm server started on this 4723 port. Okay, your Apm server started on this 4723 port. That's what the meaning of this particular one is. Okay, that's it. So we noticed that this is a somehow we can use it in our URL 0.0.0.4723 colon 4723 is a URL. Good enough. I understood about the URL component which we are defining here in this capability. So we are passing the remote address. I understood the remote address contains 0.0.0.4723. That's fine. Yes. Yeah. See. Yeah. Fine. See, the simple point here is, okay, Apm driver is the root class or the parent class. From the Apm driver, if you want to work on an Android, you have to create an object to the Android driver. If you want to work on an iOS, you need to create an iOS driver. Why we need to create Android and an iOS drivers means the Android driver has a specific methods which are related to Android OS. iOS driver has a specific methods which are related to iOS. So if you are targeting for Android automation, go ahead and create an object to Android driver. If you are targeting for iOS, go ahead and create an object for iOS driver. And if you look into this Apm driver creation syntax, it needs the remote address. Once we started the Apm server, we identified that a remote address, and then the desired capabilities. We don't know what exactly these desired capabilities are. Let us study about these desired capabilities now. So here, what I am doing right now means I'm searching in Google Apm desired capabilities. So we found this one in a Apm only, right? So that's the reason Apm desired capabilities, and I hit enter. So whenever we hit an enter, see the documentation. See, everything is pointing to an Apm documentation itself. Okay, so here it's pointing to Apm now. Click on this, the desired capabilities. Whenever you clicked on the desired capabilities, see here in new screen got a displayed Apm desired capabilities screen got a displayed. So if you observe the description, desired capabilities are keys and values encoded in a JSON object sent by Apm clients to the server when a new automation session is requested. Okay, so what it's going to happen means we are the one who need to pass the desired capabilities so that Apm will use these desired capabilities in order to create a new session. For suppose, yesterday I have shown you, I connected my mobile device, right? So, in order to establish or in order to execute my test script on that mobile device, I need to pass that mobile information in form of a desired capabilities in Apm, so that Apm will recognize your device and it will establish a connection with your device. Once it established a connection, then you can Apm will perform operations on that particular device. So the ultimate point is, in order to establish a connection with your device and in order to execute your test script on your device, we need to pass a desired capabilities in your Apm test script. So the desired capabilities are simply my mobile information. I can pass it in a desired capabilities. Anyways, what are all the capabilities we are going to pass? We are going to study right now. So, okay, they tell Apm Driver all kind of important things about how you want to your test to work. Okay, each Apm client build capabilities in a way specific to a client language, but at the end of the day they sent over the JSON objects. So what this is the meaning is, depending on a language whatever you are using, the syntax may change in declaring those desired capabilities, but internally all these capabilities will be sent to Apm using this JSON object itself. Okay, good, done the deal, done up to here. Okay, so if you observe here the text right now, there are many sets of desired capabilities supported by Apm. Depending on your need, you need to pass all these capabilities. See here, this page was divided into multiple sections. One is a general capabilities. It has a common capabilities for Android and an iOS. And the next set is Android only capabilities. In an Android, we have UI Automator 1, UI Automator 2, Expresso. These are the different types of frameworks available to automate Android. We will see about this one moving further, but for now consider Apm is our major framework. Okay, the core framework. Okay, so these are the general capabilities which it has a info related to Android, iOS and everything, and these are only Android specific capabilities. These are only iOS specific capabilities. Mac related capabilities, some information is given here. Okay, so this is a generic information what they have given here. So let us study about these capabilities. The first one is automation name. Which automation engine you want to use? See here, Apm, and in the braces they have given it as a default. So it means Apm is the default name which you need to give for this automation name capability. Automation name is a capability and the default value you need to pass is an Apm. If Apm is not working, you will be giving a UI Automator 2 or Expresso or a UI Automator, all these things for Android. Android. If you are testing it on an Android, you can give it for Apm, UI Automator 2, Expresso, UI Automator 1. Any one of these things we can give it for Android operating system. See here, they have a given also for Android. And if you are targeting for iOS, then you need to give this value as an XCUI test. Okay, as of now we are working on an Android itself. So as per this default understanding, automation name is a capability name and the value we need to pass is an Apm. So let me document it here in a Word document, or instead of a Word document I'm placing it in the script itself. In the comments, automation name, it's going to be Apm. I passed it. And the platform name, on which operating system which mobile operating platform you want to use. You want to execute on an iOS, you want to execute on an Android, or you want to execute it on a Firefox. See guys, real world 99% of the mobiles are either Android or iOS itself. And as of now, we are focusing on an Android, right? So the platform name and the value is Android, and the platform version. This platform version, you can find it. What is this? Mobile operating system version. On which mobile you want to execute. What is the Android version in that mobile? You need to mention it. We will see moving further for this value. Device name. The kind of a mobile device or emulator to use. Okay, the kind of a mobile device. So if I have a connected my Samsung mobile, it has a unique name. I need to give that a unique name here. Then what is an emulator? See, let me add a pointer here. Emulator is a virtual device for Android. Emulator is an Android virtual device. That's not a real device at all. It's a virtual device. We are using it. How can we create a virtual device? We will see moving further. But emulator means it's a virtual device. It is not a real device. We are we may borrow it from a source lab or a browser stack, some other things, or we can create a virtual devices using a Android Studio, or a few more options are there. We will see that moving further. In my current situation, I am targeting on my real device. So the device name is the parameter which I need to pass, and I don't know the value. We'll see moving further. And the next one is app. So this app, the absolute path of the app, it might be an APK file or an IPA file. Okay, fine. Copy this. As a we are working on an Android, it's going to be an APK file. For iOS, it's going to be an IPA file. So APK file. We don't know about a APK. We will study it. Okay, we will study it. These are the capabilities. And below that, it has a other apps, browser name, new command timeout, language locally, all those things are there. Among all the existing capabilities to work on any kind of an application, if you pass these five capabilities, you are good enough to work on your test scripts. Okay, you are good enough in order to work on your test scripts. Good. So what I'm doing right now means, okay, we'll see how to generate these capabilities. Okay, so I know these automation name and a platform name, but I don't know about this platform version, device name, and all those things, right? Let us study how to get all those things and let's use them. Okay, good. So what I am doing right now means, in order to get my device a name, so here I am trying to connect my mobile device to my machine. Okay, on whichever the machine I am trying to install this APM, on the same machine itself, I am trying to connect my mobile device. Okay, good enough. I connected my mobile device. But how would you see my mobile instance, right? So as I told you that we do have a different apps, and one among those app is an AirDroid. So I have installed, okay, AirDroid is an app which is used. AirDroid is an app which is used to share my mobile screen on the laptop, for which the steps what you need to do is you need to create an app. Okay, sorry, create an account in the AirDroid first, followed by you need to install app in the mobile and in the laptop too, and just log in with that account. Okay, so I have already installed it. Let just launch it. So whenever I launched it, see here, it will prompt me to the login screen. It's just an exe file how we are going to download. Okay, see here, if you can search with the AirDroid download for Android. You are getting the reference link, and from here, if you click on that, it's going to download this AirDroid to your machine. Okay, so here install. So it's going to download this, and once it got downloaded, you can find an exe file. So here, where is this? See, AirDroid desktop client. I have installed it. That's it. This is a reference. Okay, so directly you can copy this name if you want. Where is this? 1 second. The population. Okay, 1 second. So here, 1 second. This Android screen is populating. Yeah. So here I'm copying this name, directly searching in a Google AirDroid downloads, and you can use any one of these things to download this AirDroid. Okay, download the AirDroid, and see, I'm placing this link in the document itself. You can use it. You can download it from this. It's just an exe file. How we have downloaded the exe files yesterday, the similar way you need to download this exe file as well. Once it got downloaded, double click it and install it. You just need to create an account, and once after you created an account on the desktop, log in into that. So whenever you logged into the very first time, this is how it will populate. And here, once you logged in into your AirDroid accounts, then here there is this option. See this option. Let me click on that option now. See here, remote control. I clicked on that remote control. So whenever I clicked on a remote control, see here, uh, the options are populating. So Samsung, access phone from camera from desktop, use keyboard, view the recording, remote control. See here, my requirement is control your phone from computer, right? Remote control is my option, and I'm clicking on this remote control. Whenever I'm clicking on that, it will establish a connection with my mobile device, and it will populate here. That complete a mobile instance screen, it will populate here. That's it. That's a simple thing. See, it reflected my mobile instance now. See, this is the home screen on my mobile. On my mobile, I opened the applications screen. I have opened some clock on my mobile. It's displaying the same clock here. The same things, whatever I'm performing on my mobile, the reflection of my mobile, it is displaying here. So one thing what I want to show you out over here is the first and foremost thing which we need to do is enable USB debugging mode in the mobile. That's the first thing. Then only this AirDroid will recognize that. Okay, you need to enable debugging settings on your mobile. How to enable the debugging settings on my mobile? So what I am doing means I am opening my settings screen. So I just launched my mobile. If you can see here, I'm hitting this settings on my mobile, and on this settings screen, at the end you can find an about the phone option. Click on that about the phone, and it has a software information option. Click on that software information. And whenever you hit the software information, see, it is displaying a bunch of details, among which we have a build number option. It's just a simple text field. Tap that build number for 10 times continuously. I'm tapping it. See, whenever I started tapping on that particular text field, a tooltip message is populating. If you clearly observe the tooltip message, it is somewhere coming here. If you observe that message, no need to no need a developer mode has been already enabled. Such warning message is populating. I have already enabled a developer mode in my mobile. That's the reason it's not coming. Whereas for you people, if you tap on this text field for 10 different times continuously, one pop-up will display. Upon clicking two more times, developer mode will be enabled. Click on OK. And then after few minutes, a confirmation, after few seconds itself, a confirmation message will display stating that developer mode got enabled. Okay, developer mode got enabled option will display here. Whenever the developer mode option got enabled, displayed here as a tooltip. Now go back. So I'm clicking on this back in the software information. Again, click on back in and about the phone. Just below the about the phone now, the developer options will display for us. Hit the developer options, and inside the developer options, okay, inside the developer options, there is one debugging section, USB debugging. By default, this is in a off mode like this. Okay, by default that USB debugging mode is in a off mode. You need to enable it like this. Whenever you enable the USB, one second guys. Guys, can you all see my screen or you are having any issues with my screen? One. Enabled this USB debugging mode. That's the ultimate point. USB debugging mode should be enabled. Then only your APM will recognize this device. Not only APM, this Android, everything will recognize this device whenever this USB debugging is enabled. So it's a mandatory check for us. You need to enable it first. That's going to be a first precondition for us. Good. Now what I did, I connected my mobile and I have enabled USB debugging mode on that. Great. Now what I can do, I can see my mobile screen here on my laptop, and even I can operate my mobile too. Right? Even I can operate my mobile too. That's great. Then the next point what I need to do is we started at this point to identify the desired capabilities like mobile version, mobile name, etc. If you jump onto your script, platform name and the device name, we don't have any clarity on that. Open the Android, go to about the phone, and in the about the phone, click on software information, the place where we navigated earlier, where we clicked on a build number itself. On the same screen, Android version. What is the version of the Android here? 10. Just a 10. Right. So go back to your script and add a comment as 10 here. Sorry. The Android version, platform version as a 10. I have added a comment. Now, the device name. How can I get the device name? Usually, we will get all the device information using a single command in Apm. Okay, using a single command in an Apm, we will be getting all the desired, devices information. So here, what exactly that particular command is? Let me search for adb.exe in the documents. Okay, see here ADB. So what exactly this ADB is? This is an Android debug bridge. It's a command line tool that lets you to communicate with a device, emulator, or any connected Android device. This ADB is included in the Android itself. You no need to download this ADB explicitly. Upon installing this Android, generally this ADB will be installed. To see the device information, open the command prompt and type ADB space devices and hit enter. So even you no need to use a adb.exe space devices. You can use a adb space devices and hit enter button. automatically how many devices are got connected. It will display the list of devices. As of now, I have a connected only one device. It populated here. The name which is displaying here, we can call it as a device name. So this is what my device name is. Okay, this is what exactly my device name is. So copy the device name from the command prompt and place it in your test script. We have a device named kids. Everything is in place except this APK file. What is this APK file? Again, search in the document about APK files. Okay, so APK info. 1 second. Let me search for this. Okay, so here is an APK. So what exactly an APK is? Android application package. This is similar to that of exe files which we use to install program on a Windows machine. The only difference is that APK files are designed exclusively to work on an Android device. Okay, exclusively to work on an Android device itself. But the thing is, for our testing purpose itself, we are using these application packages. Usually, once we are done with the complete development of that particular application, okay, so here, once after your application is on live, then you can find the application from the Play Store, right? But before that, developers will create APK files for our testing, and we will use those APK files. Okay, we will use those APK files specifically for our testing. Okay, good enough. As we are working on some real world examples, I did some exploratory stuff and I have downloaded some APK files for me for us to study in the sessions. Okay, so I have downloaded few APK files. So whatever the APK files I have downloaded, I just placed all those APK files on the desktop in a new folder. It has all these APK files information. Okay, these are the new files which I have downloaded for us. And one thing is, if you feel that you want to practice on any other application, do suggest that. Like assume that you feel that INDIAMART will be a good example. Suggest me. I will download that app and we will see the scenarios on that particular application itself. Okay, good. So I have downloaded these APK files. So in your test scripts, yeah. Yeah, I will tell you how exactly you can download your own APK files. But here I have downloaded these APK files from, if you can see these documentation, there is a APK for fun.com, APK for pure.com. There are multiple sites. You can directly search in a Google free APK file download. Bunch of URLs will display. And here, if you want to download a APK file for LinkedIn, you can find it. Just download it. It will download an APK file. Just place that APK file in your program and use it. That's it. See, download the required APK files. Here it's populating all the APK files. Just download the desired APK files. And in the real world, as I told you, whenever you are working on your projects, it's your developer responsibility to provide you the APK files, or they will guide you how to generate the APK files from the source code. So they will help us in generating the APK files. And now, for now, what I am considering is demo3.apk file is the desired APK file. So here we need to pass the path of this APK file. So right click on a demo3, Go to properties. Here is the path. So copy the path and place it in the document slash demo3.apk. Oh, sorry, slash demo3.apk. That's it. These are the capabilities, right? We have all the capabilities with us now. Now, just what we need to do, we need to define those capabilities. Okay, go to the browser, decide capabilities in Selenium declaration. Usually, the basic declaration, it's going to be a simple thing. Okay, so directly you can create an object to the desired capabilities in Apm, like desired capabilities space obj name is equal to new desired capabilities. Is that, see here, they have given the desired capabilities syntax. Let me scroll down to show you this. See here, set the capability. Okay, they are setting down the capabilities. Okay, see here, desired capabilities space caps is equal to new desired capabilities, and whatever the capabilities you want to set, caps dot set a capability and the parameter name and the parameter value. So here, create an object to desired capabilities followed by dc dot set a capability parameter name comma parameter value. That's it. I just passed this info. Now let me create an object. Desired capabilities space DC is equal to new desired capabilities. That's it. I have created an object to my desired capabilities. So this desired capabilities, I'm using it from Selenium. So whenever you mouse over on that, by default, it is showing an error message. Whenever you mouse over on that, it is suggesting me to import it from Selenium. Yes, of course, import it from Selenium. Now I noticed that dc dot set capability is a command which I need to use. So dc dot, let me get that set capability screen. So 1 second, let it load. Yes, set capability. So here, the first capability followed by its value. So here we named it as an automation name. Copy it, place it here. We know the value as an APM. That's it, I place it here. Just like that, set all the capabilities. DC dot set a capability. For my simplicity, what I am doing means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have a 5 different capabilities. Let me copy this line for 5 times. I have already passed automation name. Now copy the platform name and place that details here. And the similar way, copy the third capability, place the details here. Copy the fourth capability and place it here. Copy the fifth capability, app, and place it here. Usually here we need to mention 2 slashes. Your Selenium won't recognize with a single slash. Hence I am adding 2 slashes here everywhere. Okay, good. So I just passed all the capabilities. If you remember the APM documentation for Android, we need to pass 2 things for that. One is a desired capabilities, and the second thing is APM server URL. Right, APM server URL, you just need to pass on that information itself. So, but we need to create an object to Android driver. Right, at the end here, I'm doing Android driver space driver is equal to new Android driver, but we need to pass the first capability as an Apm server URL and the second capability as the desired capabilities. So here, desired capabilities, I created an object as a DC and I'm creating an instance as a URL. That's it. URL as an instance. Now, what is this URL? This URL should hold your Apm server instance. So here, what I am doing means URL space URL is equal to new URL of, see here guys, if you observe, 127.0.0.1 is the port in which your Apm server is started. Slash WebDriver slash hub is the Apm server URL. Copy this URL and hit it on a browser. Hit it on a browser. Whenever the Apm server is started, then the URL did not map to a valid resource message will come. If the Apm server was not started, then it will display page not found error screen. Whenever the Apm server is started, the URL did not map message will display, with which we can confirm that this is an Apm server itself. So here, what I have done means I created an object to a URL. The Apm server, I'm just passing it in an URL. Now, mouse over on this Android driver. It is asking us to import it from Apm. Yeah, good enough. Import it. And then this is looking for a throws declaration. Just do that. And then after creating an object to the Apm, I'm using a thread.sleep for 10,000 seconds. And I am using driver.quit command at the end. I'll show you what exactly this a quit command, why I have used a quit command. Anyways, I'll show you that point now. Okay, now what I'm doing means let me save this test script. I hope I am good with my test script. Let me try to run my test script. Right click, run as a Java application. Let me try to execute this one. Whenever we are executing your test scripts, your Apm server will gives you a detailed log of each and everything. Whatever the step it's executing, it will display everything in a detailed log itself. But let me run my script here. I just started executing it, and in parallel I opened this AirDroid instance. See, I'm just keeping all these three things in a parallel. I opened my Apm server. I want to see what it is populating in an Apm server, and I want to see what exactly it is coming up in my script and what exactly it is performing on my device. I kept everything here. See, getting connected devices. If you see the Apm, it is getting the connected devices. Sometimes it will prompt you with this message on your device, allow USB debugging mode. Click always and allow it basically. Whenever you are executing your test scripts, if a pop-ups is populating on your mobile device, just allow it. And now here, this is trying to establish a connection with that device now, and it is trying to install that app on that particular device. Okay, Apm is trying to install that app on that real device. Let us see. Okay, it's getting executed, so running. It will take some time to install the device, um, the app on the device. It won't be on a fly. It won't finish in a fraction of seconds. It will take a couple of minutes to finish that. Okay, if you consider iOS, the speed is a bit slow also. See here, it is verifying the app now. It is trying to install this app on this device. Starting C users local build app with the arguments verify the print. So it is trying to build or launch that particular app on that device. Okay, so got an unexpected response with an undefined. Okay, but it's executing here. If you see now, the app got launched on my real device. See, this is the instance. This has got launched here. Earlier it was a blank screen. Now it launched the app now, and after a few seconds it terminated that app too. So here, driver.quit is a command which will terminate the app. Okay, usually every session WebDriver will maintain some some session details, so it's good for us to terminate those sessions at the end of our test script. So that's the reason I have used a driver.quit. The reason why I used a thread.sleep is after creating an object, I am asking it to wait for some time and then terminate the browser. Upon creating an object to the Android driver, upon creating an object to Android driver, it will automatically install app in your device and it will launch the app too. Okay, it will launch the app too. Okay, good. This is the thing. This is a high level overview on this concept, guys. Is this? I hope this point is clear for you. Now it's turned from your end to go ahead and practice this stuff. Okay. So guys, what I'm doing right now means, as informed you earlier, so we had an issue yesterday in connecting with a Vysor. So there is an issue with the Vysor Chrome plugin. That's the reason I'm downloading Vysor from direct official site, which is going to be an application in my machine itself. So I have downloaded this Vysor exe file and let me install it. So the reason why I'm preferring Vysor is it's easy one when compared to any other tools. Other tools like Android and all those things, they need an installation and they need a login from us, and every time we need to establish a connection with a mobile and as well as a laptop. Too many things are there in the other apps. That's the reason I don't want to use all the things. I just want to go with a Vysor app itself. Okay, that's fine. Let this Vysor install. In the meantime, what I want to do right now is I've opened my Eclipse Editor, and within this Eclipse Editor, the script of which we prepared yesterday. Right. So if you observe all the capabilities, it's going to be one and the same. So what I want to do today is I want to create a new scenario which will perform operations on that app. Yesterday, we just installed the app. Now, I need to perform operations on that app. Okay, so what kind of operations I can perform on that app? First of all, we need to know, right? We just need to analyze what kind of an operations I can perform on that app. So I'm just using this Vysor now. See, I can see my mobile instance here. Now, let me pull that app what we have installed yesterday. Yeah, this is the app GDA test. Whenever you opened this particular app, it is prompting me with these many options: mathematical reasoning, reasoning through the languages, science, blah blah. These many options are populating. I can click on any one of these things. Whenever I click on something, this part is populating, right? And here at the bottom, there is a test button. I can click on this, the test button, and some text is populating, and you can go with a customized test or start test, whichever it might be. Let's do these things. So my intention is I just want to change these things, nothing more than that. Okay, I just want to change these things. In order to change these things, okay, in order to perform operations on the mobile app, we need to know the properties for the desired objects. Right. Without knowing the properties of the desired object, we can't perform any operation on that app. So the question out over here is, how can we identify various properties related to the app, right, with which we can perform the operation? Find the app properties. In order to identify the app properties, we are going to use Apm Inspector Session. Okay, Apm Inspector Session is there, using which you can identify the properties. How to launch this Apm Inspector Session? Once you started a Apm desktop, then there is an option for us to select the inspector. See here, we are on a APM desktop. Let me start my server. And once after I started my server, see here, I can see a placeholder text as the server is running. Right, the server is running, a placeholder text is there for me. And next to this text here, the three buttons are there. The first button is a magnifying icon is there. Right. Let me click on that button, or let me first of all mouse over on that particular button so that we can see the options. So here, whenever I mouse over on that particular button, it's displaying as Start Inspector Session. Okay, it's displaying a message as a Start Inspector Session. Just click on that Start Inspector Session. So whenever you hit it, there's a Start Inspector Session. It's prompting you a new window. So where in which it will show you the option to connect with your device. Let this screen load so that we can look at that particular option. So it will take a few minutes. But one thing what exactly we need to do is in this Apm Inspector session, we need to pass the desired capabilities. Whatever the capabilities we passed in the program, the same set we need to pass here. Okay, we need to pass the same set here also. Let it load so that we can pass all the desired capabilities here within this inspector session. Okay, so usually it will take a few seconds to load this one. Okay, now it got loaded. Let me maximize this screen. So here in the bottom, I can find the desired capabilities. One tab is there, and here it's prompting me with the options, and there is a plus symbol to add a new row. Okay, so what I am doing right now means let me type automation name. So whenever I type it as an automation name, see here in the JSON representation, it is representing. Okay, the next one is platform name. Right, platform name. And my platform name is Android. Okay, next, device name. Device name. So these are the case sensitive things, guys. So whatever the capabilities we saw in that APM desired capabilities, the same name we need to pass it here. Like D should start, automation A should start with a lowercase and N should start with an uppercase. All these naming conventions you need to follow. And then once after we are done with all these things, automation name, platform name, device name, platform version, right? Platform version 10. See, I'm giving randomly these values. App, the last parameter is an app. APK file location. So once after you have entered all these capabilities, usually in the real world, what it will happen means we know what exactly the application we are working on, right? It's going to be one and the same for the next 3 months or 4 months of tenure. So what we will do means once after we entered all these capabilities, we will hit save button. Here I am getting as a save as, just hit a save as a button. So what it will happen, it will ask you to give a name for these capabilities set. So I'm giving a name as batch, okay, 121. I have given this name and I clicked on a save. So whenever we saved the capabilities, then you can find that capability under the saved capabilities. So moving further, whenever you load a APM, in order to establish an inspector session with your application, you no need to enter all these information directly. You can navigate to the saved capabilities and you can find your name. So batch 121 is the capability what we have created. So you can find the name. Actually, I haven't given a valid details inside that, hence I deleted that batch 121. But I have a mobile where in which I have entered all the desired capabilities properly. So let me click on a edit button. Usually in the desired capabilities, once you move to a saved capabilities, you will click on a edit button. So whenever you hit edit button, all the desired capabilities will be populated here. Okay, all the desired capabilities. See here, automation name, platform version, device name. Usually a quick question will rise in our mind. In the command prompt, my device name is populating as a 3200 something like that, and why are you passing it as an Android? So the simple point out over here is, if we have only one Android device connected to your machine, then you no need to give the complete device name. Simply just specifying Android will recognize the device. Okay, simply just specifying that Android will recognize that device for us. Okay, that's the reason in the capabilities I have given it as an Android. Now here the path is changed. I need to change to a different app now. So what I'm doing right now means desktop APK file. Yes, go ahead. Yes. See, usually in the first sets, it will be bit difficult for us to recognize these names. But whenever you are entering a wrong name there, defaultly your APM session will not establish, showing an error message that automation name is not valid. Then you will search in Google with that name, and then you will come to know that you have entered a case sensitive or a wrong value here. Then you will correct it. So initially the first few days it's going to be a learning curve itself. So definitely you will commit mistakes, then you will search for that and you will update it. Slowly you will remember that. And moreover, the saving of a capabilities is a one-time effort which we are doing. Just we will be changing the app file moving further, right? And moreover, in the test script also, we have that capabilities in place. We are not going to write all the time those capabilities again and again. That's fine. So what I'm doing right now means I have updated my capabilities app file with the latest APK file which I want to perform the operations, and I hit the save capability. So I want to save this capability now with this information. Now, there is an option which is a start session. So I'm trying to establish a session from Appium to my mobile with these desired capabilities. Let me hit the start session and let's see what's populating. Okay, whenever I hit the start session, this screen will load. Okay, it will prompt you a message that it's reloading. Then it will take a few minutes of time to recognize the devices available on this laptop, and then it will try to establish the connection with that particular device, and it will install the app on that device. Okay, so see here, the loading icon is displaying on this inspector session. If there is anything mismatch in these capabilities, whatever we have passed, or does it has any issues, it will show us an error message. We need to look into that error message and we need to analyze that error message. Okay, for now, let's see what exactly it's throwing, whether it is executing or whether we are getting any error messages. Let's look into that. And usually it will take some time in order to establish a connection, roughly 3 to 4 minutes or 5 minutes, depending on the app and all the capabilities. It will take some time. Okay, fine. Let us see. And these days, guys, there are some issues with the APM, like the issues like, if with the latest versions, even I'm encountering in my real world, if the app is already installed in your mobile, it is unable to uninstall that app, and even it is unable to launch that app also. Sometimes it's encountering those kind of an issues. But here, okay, see here the error we encountered. Copy this error message and just paste it in the command prompt here. So I'm stating I'm getting an error that an unknown error server side exception occurs. That's fine. And here it's stating that timed out after 20,000 milliseconds. Try to increase the timeout by this capability. So if you clearly observe in the error message itself, they are stating that whatever the time in order to install the app, it's not sufficient, and try to increase it to more than 20,000 milliseconds using this capability. So it's stating that the capability, what exactly you need to place, the error message is populating there itself. So what I am doing right now means, let me copy this capability and go to that Apm session, add a new row, add this a capability, and right now I'm marking this value as a 60,000 milliseconds, or I can increase it to 80,000. That's fine, that's up to my wish how much I just want to execute. Okay, so I marked it as a 80,000 milliseconds right now. And once after I updated this value and I hit a save button, and now what additionally I'm doing means, before executing my test script, I'm trying to uninstall the app first of all on my mobile. Okay, I just want to uninstall the app. So I did uninstallation of my app on my mobile device. See, the app is no more on my mobile. Now, what I'm doing right now means, let's go back to our inspector session and let's hit a start session now. Okay, start the session now. So it will take again a few minutes to establish a connection. Usually guys, your Apm, this set of capabilities will go to the Apm server. It will identify the device. See here, if you can see the Apm log, see it will display the details about the actions what it is performing on that device. See these many actions, and even whenever there are any failures also, the Apm server will prompt all the details here. By using those details, we can easily understand that. Okay, say something it's populating here. The application is already cached. Some kind of a message is it's populating, and it's trying to install the app now. Okay, it's trying to install the app now. It will take a few minutes to install the app, or again to throw some error messages. See here, starting C users build with this particular APK file. So it means it's trying to install the app on that device now. Okay, yeah, let's wait for a minute and see how it is establishing a connection now. So I have installed App Locker in my machine. That's the reason the new screen it populated there is, would you would like to log this app? I don't want to log that app. That's fine. So, but if you observe the screen earlier, wherever you have entered the capabilities, it change it to this piece, and it has some options on the top. Right, it has some options in the header, and it is displaying as a source, actions, and the selected element. See here, this is my mobile instance itself. See, it has a learn, review, and a test. At the time of this session capturing, it doesn't load the app properly. That's the reason the screen was not populated. So what I'm doing right now means, on the top, you have this reload button, right? You have this reload button. Click on this reload button. What it will happen means, whenever you click on that reload button, it will get, see here, refresh source and a screenshot. It will get the latest instance of that mobile here. See, on my mobile, this is my mobile instance. The right hand side is my mobile instance. It is showing this stuff, and here now it populated the same screen. And you know, whenever I'm moving my mouse on this left hand side, some yellow color portion is highlighting. The meaning is you can select it. So what I'm doing right now means I'm selecting this mathematical reasoning. I just mouse over on that mathematical reasoning and I clicked on that particular one. So whenever I performed a click operation on that, if you can see this right hand side, earlier we don't have any information, but now it is displaying information related to that particular object. That particular object has an XPath, and if you scroll down, it has an element ID, it has a package, class, text, resource ID, and these many properties are there for this object. So we have a text for that particular object. So copy this text. If you remember Selenium, or if you have any idea on Selenium, the basic syntax to write down an XPath is // open braces contains text. Here I can place my text there. Right, I can just place my text there. So go to this Apm session now. Next to this reload button, okay, on the top we have a buttons, right? Next to this reload button, the next one is a start recording, and another one is a search for an element. Let me hit that search for an element. So I want to locate an object by its XPath // star open braces contains text, comma, place that text here and hit a search button. So whenever you hit a search button here, it is populating as no such results are identifying. Why? So why exactly we are not getting this? So if you click on a cancel, or if you click on that inspector session once again, okay, it will prompt you the same screen. Okay, so let us look into this XPath, whatever we have given. // star contains text. Okay, that's fine. We use this contains a text itself, but it's not recognizing with this particular object. Then what we can do means we can change it to, instead of this one, // star open braces text. Let me directly write using a text is equal to, let me place that text here. Okay, let me place that particular text here and let me close the braces and okay. So // is text. This is another syntax. Let's see whether it is identifying or not. Oh, it's not identifying with this particular text. There might be an issue. Let's do one thing, guys, as it is not identifying, but I know this is a valid XPath. So let me copy this XPath. Let me go back to my test script, what we have created yesterday. And here, let's try to perform the operation here. How would I perform the operations? So here, Apm uh, Java client documentation. I hope I have saved it. Okay, so Apm Java client documentation, and here let me open this documentation for Android driver. Okay, so here Android driver, I'm selecting it, and here see, if you observe, the various supported methods here are, I can use a find element, or I can use a find element by ID, class name, XPath. These many things are there. Directly, I can use a find element by XPath method here to identify an object by using its XPath. So driver dot. As for the documentation, I noticed that it's going to be a find element by XPath. So here driver dot, let's see the auto suggestions are here, from where I will pick find element by XPath. Okay, so let us see this particular one, driver dot find element by XPath. Okay, place that XPath dot click. That's it. I haven't done anything else, guys. I just used this particular one. Okay, cool. And then the next point which we need to consider out over here is, okay, that's it. Let's leave these things and let me try to run my test script now and see how exactly it is capturing this, or how exactly it is performing this. So what I'm going to do right now means, let me perform a right click operation on my scripts, run as a Java application. I'm just trying to execute my test script. Let me open my Vysor instance, and in parallel, I'm opening my Apm desktop server log to see what exactly the log it is populating there. Okay, good. So it's displaying as a blank. One second, let's see. So there is a loading issue. Let's see. So it should display the info, right? Whereas it's displaying as a blank screen. Let's wait for a minute and then we'll see. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's generating the log now. It will take a few minutes to have a connection with that device, install the app, and then it will perform the operation. Let's wait. So here, I just need to do one small thing. Anyways, let's see. Basically, what I want is, after installing the app, it is taking a few seconds to load this screen. Directly, it's not loading this screen. It's taking minimum 3 to at least 5 to 10 seconds to load this screen, which has these mathematical options. Okay, but anyways, let us see this one and check it out whether it is performing the operations or not. Okay, anyways, we will see that part. Okay, let's do. See here, it installed the app and it is asking me some prompt I don't want. Okay, I haven't done anything and it displayed this screen. And now if you observe your Eclipse Editor, your script got a failed. If I maximize here, it is stating that an element could not be located. No such element exception is populating here with the line number 50. Okay, yeah, we are encountering this issue now, which is a no such element exception. So definitely this is not a valid property what we have a given, with which it's unable to identify. Good. So what I'm doing right now means, let's go back to our Apm Inspector session, which we opened before executing our test script, and let me try to refresh this screen. Whenever I performed a refresh operation here, let me select, see here on my mobile, I have selected the social studies, guys, and I'm just reloading my inspector session here. Okay, let's see whether it is getting the complete stuff or not. Okay, it's capturing the whole instance. Okay, good enough. So my intention is to identify or to perform any things here. Okay, so let me look into this app once and see. So here it's have a mathematical reasoning. Okay, so guys, we did a mistake here, guys. So we need to click on a mathematical reasoning. See here, if you observe, mathematical reasoning is a different text and 0% is a different text. But here it is populating as a mathematical reasoning 0%, the text. But usually if you observe in a browser, mathematical reasoning is highlighting in a first row and the 0% is highlighting at the end. So that might be the issue. So what I'm doing right now, I'm removing this 0% and I click on a search button now. Okay, still it's not populating, but mathematical reasoning, remove this 0%. Okay, let me run my script again. Okay, so I strongly believe this expert should work. Okay, so I have removed this mathematical reasoning and then the 0% and I'm trying it again. But what I'm doing in the meantime means I just want to search for some other object, and here the text is not populating properly, right? So what I'm doing means, in the middle there is a source tab and there is a app source is populating, and here there is a, see here, Android visit linear layout. I'm expanding this one I'm just expanding this one. So in the source, I want to identify the respective object. Let us see. So here, this is the source. Okay, this is the source for this section. If I scroll down a bit, see here, this is my object. Okay, the same text it is populating there also. Android visit. Okay, mathematical 0%. That's fine. Reasoning at 0% science. Okay, let's see whether it is a clicking this time or not. If not, we will figure it out some other option. Okay, let me switch my Eclipse, and again it got a failed with this. Okay, and now I'm getting a different exception here, an unknown server side exception while processing it. Okay, original error, multiple documentation error, trying changing normalize the tracks, the driver setting true. Okay, so there is some synchronization issue. The reason is at the same time I tried to use the app in the inspector session, right? I hope that might cause the issue. And before doing that, what I'm doing means finally, after installing the app, I'm just adding a thread dot sleep for some time to see whether it is loading or not. This is going to be the final run. Let's see if it is working or not. If not, we will figure it out the issue in the next session. Okay, let me try to execute it. But when I executed, it worked. So, but something is there on the property. Anyways, we'll figure it out. Let it execute. Then we can find, yeah. Got it. Again, it got failed. And here, no such element exception is populating for us. Fine. So let's look into this issue in the next session, guys. I will figure it out what exactly this issue is, and I'll continue the topic in the next session. So the agenda for this today's session is, guys, yesterday we discussed when we are creating a test script, we ended up with an issue that element not found, or no such element exception we encountered. Right, for a particular text we got a no such element exception. So what I am doing right now means I'm using the same set of desired capabilities, and I just want to establish a connection with my apm session, where in which I would like to identify the properties again. I would like to look at the properties, whatever we have, and based on that properties, I will modify if anything is required. So I just want to go with a different set of properties. So if you remember, yesterday we used a text property, and we used a contains a text property. We tried those information, but your APM was unable to identify that. So that's the reason now I'm using this inspector session again to identify the properties and to fix the issue. So one thumb rule is there, guys. What exactly the thumb rule is? If your application is not responding, we have a n number of ways to recognize the objects in an application and to perform operation on that. So yesterday we tried with the first way, which is using an XPath, which doesn't work. We ended up with a no such element exception. Now I'm trying to use a different option now, which will be recognizing the object, which will try to recognize that object. Let us see that. Okay, so let us see that. So it's taking a few seconds to install this app. Let me see. Okay, I have a connected devices, and let me see what's going on in an APM. So running users local data and APM. Okay, at the very first time it will take a few minutes time to establish a connection with that device and launch that device as well. So let's see. Let's wait for a minute and let's see. Continue the concept now. So the app got successfully installed, and here is the APM server session. I'm just maximizing this instance, and I'm selecting this mathematical reasoning, and this mathematical reasoning has a class name as an Android view. Copy this class name, Control C. See here, I have a class name for this object. What I can do means, in my scripts, I can ask my Apm to get all the objects in the browser which are having this class name, get it. So I know in WebDriver, driver.find element is a command which is used to identify a single object. Driver.find elements is a command which is used to identify multiple objects. As in my current requirement, I am trying to identify the multiple objects. Hence, I can use this driver.find elements command. See here, driver dot. So let me use this find elements command. So driver dot, let it load. So find elements, and that too I want to use a class name. Okay, let's do that. So driver dot. So let it load the instance, and based on that we can figure it out. Yeah, driver dot find elements by class name, and I'm using this class name. So the outcome of this find elements is a collection of multiple objects. Okay, so here I'm using list of web element space values is equal to, I'm just storing it in a collection of web elements. So whenever we use the list of web elements, you need to import the Java utils list, and you need to import the web element to your test script. And after that, as of now, this values contains all the values which are having this class name. So what I am doing means, I can use a for loop int I equal to 0, I less than values dot size I plus plus. So I am asking it to use an I plus plus. So here values dot get of I dot get text string p1 is equal to system dot out dot println p1. So here what I am doing means, using this for loop, I am trying to get all the text from the browser which is having a class name. So from this text, once it printed to the console, then I will see those options have displayed or not. Like, those options like a mathematical reasoning, reasoning through the languages, science, social studies, all these options are populating or not, I will verify it. Good. Let me run my test script again. Run as a Java application. And one thing is, when you are executing your test scripts, if your script is always executing successfully, then there is no point for us to gain more knowledge in that. So whenever you are trying to execute your test script, and if it is a failing, then you will gain more knowledge on your. Okay, so I tried executing my test script on my device, and let us see how exactly it's executing, whether it is executing or not, whether it is failing. All these details, let us see now. Okay, I hit this play button now. It will take a few seconds to execute it. Or yeah, yeah. Okay, so post timeout session. Seems like there is an issue here, the protocol handshake. Okay, so let me rerun my test script once. As earlier, my mobile got locked, and I did an unlock operation there, right? So let me run my test script again and see this time. Okay, so I'm just executing my test script, and in parallel, I'm just opening this log to see whether it is working or not. Looking for Android devices. See, it's looking for that devices, and it's trying to get that information from that device, and it will perform that operation. Okay, just a minute, guys. Just give me a minute. Yeah, it launched an app on my device. So this is a screen which it is populating, and here we have a given some time to wait, right? After that, we are asking it to capture the information, and my script is getting failed. And if you can see here, the error message, no class definition found for this one, LAN3 string utils. So when these no class definition found error message will occur means whenever there are missing jar files, then we will get this no class definition found exception. Okay, for my better understanding, just I'm copying this error message. No class definition found, just this word itself, I'm directly copying it. I'm going to Google and I'm searching here with this message. Okay, I'm just searching in Google with that particular message. And here there are some reference link. I'm just clicking on that link, and whenever I clicked on that particular link, people will give you Stack Overflow, people will give you bunch of suggestions for this no class definition found, and they suggested to download these jar files. So here is a problem, it doesn't have these jar files, you need to include these jar files. Okay, so if you are using a Maven, you can download directly using these dependencies. If you are not using Maven, we are not using Maven, so I'm navigating to mavenrepository.com, and in the Maven repository I'm searching for this common lang. Okay, search for this common lang, and here, so here there are two jar files here they have mentioned common lang 3.1 version. So let me open it. So 3 dot this is the version I have clicked. So let me see the package name. See here, common lang 3, so is the jar file they have suggested. See, common lang 3. So here in this ambient repository there is a jar option. Clicking on this jar, it's going to download this jar file to your machine. Just to download this jar file. And the another jar file is common lang. So here is the second link. I'm clicking on my second link, and here 2.6. And here I'm just comparing the artifact ID from the Google reference link and as well as from my this one. See here it is suggesting 2.6 version, and even 2.6 version is there. Click on this jar which is downloading the jar file. So what we did now, why we are getting this error, the another error, we identified it, and we have a downloaded required jar files to our machine. Now just add those jar files to your scripts. Okay, so go back to your editor. Let me add those jar files. So right click and build path, configure build path, switch to the libraries tab, add external jars, and I have already downloaded these jar files. Let me add those jar files here. Common lang 2.6 and common lang 3.10. I have added these jar files. And now I just did a refresh to my projects. And now let me run my script again. I'm just executing my script again to see this time whether it is executing or whether it is failing. I just want to see my script here. Okay, that's fine. So I don't want this server session anyways. So I just want to see my Apm server log followed by this AirDroid. Whether it is launching the app or not, I just want to see it in the AirDroid. Okay, good. Let's switch these two things, switch the screen into two parts, and let's see. Let's wait for a minute until this launched the app on the device. Okay, let's wait. If you can look into my console, the script got executed successfully and it printed mathematical reasoning, 0% reasoning, something, it got a printed to the console. So my requirement is I want to click on this mathematical reasoning. So what I'm doing right now means it is getting the text and storing it in a P1, right? If P1 dot equals ignore a case. What I am asking means whatever the text you are capturing from that browser or from that app, if it contains this one, then perform a click operation on that particular instance and break the for loop. Okay, I just want to click only that particular instance itself. So just to perform a click operation on that particular text and use a break. Okay, and use a break which will terminate that. So the reason is, in the initial for loop I noticed that okay, my desired text is populating here, right? A mathematical reasoning 0% is printing here. So directly I am asking my script, whatever the text you are capturing, if it is equal to mathematical reasoning, just click on that. I ask it this line now, it should click on that particular option now. So let me try executing my test script. So in parallel, I'm just opening my Apm server followed by this Android instance to see whether it is executing my script or not. Okay, let's wait for a minute until it launched the app. So it's trying to launch the app now. Okay, yeah, the app got launched. So let us see now whether it is clicking on this option or not. Okay, so let me switch back to my Eclipse and still, okay, so here we have a given some thread dot sleep. It's waiting there, I guess. Yeah, and now it got a closed, so it doesn't perform the click operation on that object. Okay, it not even clicked on that. So here equals ignore case doesn't work for me. Then what I'm doing means contains. I'm just changing my text. So equals ignore case. What exactly it will do? It will compare both the texts. Okay. And if both the texts are matching, then only it will move further. But now what this contains will do means, in that text which it captured from the browser, if it has this info, then it will move further. Okay, then it will move further. That's the thing. Okay, let me rerun my script again and see what it is doing. So here this application, it's a bit strange. Basically the text whatever it is populating is a bit strange, so it's not even recognizing. So here if you observe, mathematical reasoning, for us the text is displaying in a single line. That's what we are just using it in our script, but maybe internally it's not considering it in a single line. That's the reason. Maybe there is an it's the 0% it's taking it in a new line. That's the reason it's not handling it. But anyways, let us see now. Okay, as we have a given contains, it should work. Okay, let's see this. Let's wait for a minute until it launches the app and then we will figure it out. Okay, it launched the app on my device, so let us see this time whether it is clicking or not. Okay, so this time it clicked on that mathematical reasoning and it moved to the next screen and it will terminate the browser. Sorry, terminate the app. So the issue out over here, why our test script at the link text was unable to click or that particular thing is, so the issue behind that one is, as of now, in the Apm Inspector Session, you are seeing that a mathematical reasoning and 0% as a straightforward text, but there it is not considering it is in a single line. Mathematical reasoning is in a single line. After by some spaces or some new lines, the 0% is populating. That's the reason your Apm is unable to identify that. So whenever we use it, this contains a keyword, automatically it's identifying and it's picking that stuff and it's terminating the instance. So this is the way how you need to analyze it and how you need to fix it. Okay, good, done the deal. So now what exactly I want to discuss right now is how can we create an emulator and execute our scripts on that emulator. Okay, so how can I create a test script? See, the thing is, it's not mandatory that everyone should have an Android devices with them. Few people are using a Mac machine. So in such situations, they can't use, right, they can't use these Android for testing. To avoid all these things, what we are using means we are using the Android Studio. If you remember, we used this Android Studio initially for the complete configuration of Apm in our machine. So I'm using the same Android Studio to create a virtual device. So I'm just disconnecting my real device, whatever I have connected, as I just want to execute on a virtual device now. Okay, I launched the Android Studio. Again, it will take a few minutes to load that Android Studio. There is an option for us to create virtual devices within the Android Studio. So in this session, what we are going to see now means how to create a virtual device. That's the first thing. And the second thing is how to use that virtual device in our program we are going to study. Okay, how to use that particular script in the virtual device we are going to see. So I hope the Android Studio is launching good enough. So within the Android Studio here, there is a top header where you have a bunch of options available. Right here we have a bunch of options available. Whenever you mouse over on a one button, it will display a tooltip message as AVD Manager, Android Virtual Device Manager. Okay, one among those options it will display as an Android virtual device. Okay, let me pull it up, clear this. Okay, so here AVD, it stands for Android Virtual Device. Say this option. So whenever I mouse over on that option, AVD Manager is displaying. I'm clicking on that AVD Manager. I just performed a click operation on that, and this screen is populating your virtual devices. I have already created one device. That's the reason it is displaying like this. If you haven't created any devices, create a virtual device option will populate for you. Just click on a create a virtual device, and once after you clicked on that, you do have an option to choose what type of a device you want. So I just want to go with the Nexus 5 and click on a next. And here for that device, there is an option for us to select the Android operating system. So here at the time of installing the Android Studio, I have downloaded this Nougat Android API 24, which is Android 7 version. As of now, you people has downloaded the Android Studio recently. Definitely you should have a API level 29. So see here, if you observe the difference, only for this OS I don't have a download button. For all others I have a download button here. So what you people need to do means, whichever the OS you don't have a download option, pick that particular OS. For suppose if you find for everything there is a download option, then go with this particular API 29. Okay, or you can go with the R, the latest versions also. That's fine. You can download it. So if you don't have a download, sorry, if you don't have any default option, like see what I have, if all the options, all the Android OS, whatever it is displaying here, if you have a download for everything, then go ahead and download the latest one itself, last but one. From the first, the second one, pick the second one. Okay, download that. So whenever you clicked on a download, it will ask you for few confirmations. Hit a next, next, next. It will take a 5 to 10 minutes to download the complete Android software. Once you are done with that installation, then next to this you don't see there's a download button. Directly you do have an option to select it. Just select it and then click on this next button. Okay, just select it and click on this the next button. So I'm not changing my API version as of now, as the download will take more time. So I'm just going with the same version and I'm clicking on a next button. And here for this the next button here, what I'm doing means in this I'm giving a name, batch 121 Apm. This is the name I'm giving for my device, and I'm clicking on a finish button. So whenever you clicked on a finish, automatically your device will be created and you can find your device here. And if you clearly observe, my Android version is a 7.0 for my device. Now here within this there is a play button. right, there is a play button. Just hit that a play button, which will launch that a device for us. See, emulator means it's a virtual device, basically, which we are creating in our machine itself. So it's not going to be a real device. Okay, it's just a virtual device. So we don't have the device in place, so we are using the virtual devices. In the real world, we won't test the apps on a virtual devices. The reason is uh, app crashing and such things we can't identify in these virtual devices. So the virtual device the testing is not that much used in the real world. Okay, good. So these are all the steps how to create a virtual device. And once we are done with the virtual device creation, then the next point is just update your test script. So I'm going to my Eclipse editor. Whatever the script I have created earlier, right click on that script, copy it, paste it again. I'm just pasting a new instance of my script. And in this script, I just want to change my desired capabilities. So here in my scenario, my desired capabilities, the platform version, I can see it as a 7.0. I'm not sure about the device name. Hence, I am opening my command prompt and I am typing ADB space devices, which will get the list of devices. And here the device name is Emulator 5554 is the device name. I copied that device name from the console and I have placed my device name within my scripts. That's it. I just placed my device name within my script. Apart from that, I haven't done anything. See, my device got launched successfully. Now, I just changed only two capabilities in my program. One is the platform version and the device name. Apart from that, everything will be one and the same. Still, I want to go with the same application itself. I'm just leaving this APK file itself. Now, let me try to run my test script. Run as a Java application. Let me try to execute it and see whether my script is executing or not. Usually it may not execute. The reason is the app whatever we have downloaded may not work on a earlier versions, and that too I'm using a completely old version of a simulator 7.0. Definitely it may not work, but anyways, let us see whether it is working or not. So in parallel, I'm just opening my Apm log here to see what it is populating. And even I just want to see my Selenium instance. I just want to see all the three, hence I moved these three in parallel. So I can see my mobile instance, I can see my APM, and even I can see my script console itself. If something or a failed directly, I can recognize in my test script itself. Okay, good. Let's wait for our turn, whether it is executing or not. Let's wait for a few minutes and then we'll see how it's executing. But this is the way how it will execute. It will work definitely. These are all the steps which you need to follow in the real world. Okay, if you want to execute on an emulator, these are all the steps, guys. Okay, cool. My script got a failed stating with so session not a created, unable to create a new session. Why? Original error. An unknown server-side exception occurred while processing the commands. Original error is platform tools emulator. So basically, it's having some issues in installing that particular app on that device. Okay, so it's trying to install the app on that device, but it is having some issues on that. So what I'm doing right now means I'm taking my old apk file and let me try to modify my apk file as well. So we are using this, right? So in these apk files, I'm just changing it to a old apk file. APK files, okay, APM APK files. So it should be inside the old slash slash old. Okay, yeah. Let me run my script now and see whether we are getting that protocol handshake issue now or not. So APM server, and I'm opening my emulator too. As I have opened these many instances, my system performance uh, came down. Okay, it's not opening this APM server instance, so it's taking time. But anyways, let's see whether it is working or not. Yeah. So, so this is my device instance. Let us see. Again, it got a field with this APM Android 7.0. Let me change it to Android once, and let me look into this exception once again. What exactly the exception we encountered? Let us look into that exception once again and see whether it is a protocol handshake or not. So the protocol handshake error usually occurs, with the APM is trying to establish a connection with that device, but the device is not accepting it. Okay, that's the thing where you are ending up. Error could not access the package. It's a synonym. Yeah. So the thing is basically, guys, with this the platform issue itself, I'm getting this issue. So it's related to the completely the Android OS. My APM is completely upgraded to the latest version, and everything in my machine is upgraded to latest ones. Only the Android version older is not supporting. That's the only issue. You can just try in your machine with the latest Android version. It will work. Okay, try doing this stuff from your end. Yeah. Hi everyone, good morning. So yesterday we discussed about a simple scenario, which is launching this application, and we clicked on this mathematical reasoning. Right. So okay, that's fine. This is a simple stuff. I just want to see if we have any text fields here. Okay, so what I'm doing now means I'm choosing this study plan. Okay, it's populating a calendar. I don't think we do have some other options here to maintain it as a text fields basically. Okay, so all the forms it is displaying as okay. So if you observe this screen, the custom text, it has these two radio buttons, right? It has those two the toggle buttons. So let us write down a test script which will be changing these buttons. Okay, it should change the default status of these buttons, and even it should click on this particular start test button. So this is what exactly my requirement is. So in order to do so, we know that we should know the properties of that particular instance. So that's the reason I'm launching my Apm Inspector session. Within the Apm Inspector session, I just want to create an session in order to identify the properties. So I just open the existing saved capabilities and I hit on start new session. It's going to prompt me a new instance where in which we can find out the application properties. So let's have a look into the various properties there. Okay, whether it is displaying the properties or not. Let's have a look into that. Okay, it's trying to install the app on my device. Okay, it's fine. So anyways, we have an instance of my mobile using an Android. Okay, that's good. So let's see. Usually, it will take a few minutes of time to establish a connection with that device to install the app on that particular device. Once it got installed, let's navigate to this particular screen and let's try to identify the properties. Yeah, finally, this is our app instance. So let me reload it once again so that I can see that app instance. So from this, I just want to click on this test. I need to create a program that will be clicking on this test. Right. So here, if you observe the properties, it has a test tab 3 of a 3. So, but here on the screen, I can see it as a test. Review tab 2 of a 3. Learn tab 1 of 3. Okay. So let me try to write down an XPath with this and see whether it is identifying or not. XPath slash slash star open braces contains of a text comma specify that text and click on that search button. Okay, we are not able to identify that particular object. So let me see this. learn. Directly, I'm giving only the learn text. And let's see. So even with this one also, it's not identifying. Okay, so even yesterday when we executed our earlier test script in order to click on the mathematical reasoning, the similar kind of an issue we are getting it out over here. That's fine. We can simply use the earlier loop itself to perform a click operation on a test. So manually, what I did on my app means I just clicked on a test button, and here I want to click on a customized test. So reload this screen. I need to know the properties for this customized test. If you select it here, so it has an index 8. This is the class name and this is the text on that particular object. Okay, customize the text. So what I'm doing means go back to my Eclipse Editor. Whatever the test script we have created yesterday, let us copy that and let us paste it again. Okay, with a new example. And in that particular scripts, okay, I hope it's pointing to the emulator, the yesterday's script. So I'm changing it to 10, or else why you need to change this. Let me copy the first test script and paste it again here. Okay, and in this script we have all the desired capabilities related to our mobile and the app as well. So now here what I am asking to click is initially I need to click on a test. So I asked it to click on this text. So what it will happen, it will capture all the values, it will identify the text and it will click on the text and it will come out. Now once it got a came out, now we need to click on this customize a text which is having this text on it, or it is having this class name as Android visit button, and here the button index is 8. It is displaying that the button index is 8. Fine. So what I am doing right now means let me try to click using this text itself. So go back here, driver dot find element by XPath. Okay, so driver dot, let me identify that. So let it load the find element by XPath. We can use it to show the properties. Good. Let's see. Still loading. Okay. Find element by XPath / star open braces contains a text, comma, in the single quotes specify that the text. Okay, in the single quotes just specify that the text, and here I want to use a click operation on that. So click is a command which is specifically used in order to perform a click operation on a buttons, checkboxes, radio buttons, images, all these areas we are just using a click command itself. So I just used the same click command out there. Okay, so go back to the application. So whenever you clicked on a custom test now, okay, so why it's populated? Skip. So earlier we saw some other screen, right? 1 second. So in the test, close it. What is this? In the test, the functionality, I guess I clicked on a start test. Okay. Okay. In the test, you have failed. What is this? It's a hybrid app. Okay. So I need to click on the customized test. Yeah, so here the customized test is there. So whenever you click on a customized text, this is the screen it's populating. So now go back to your session, reload this screen. Okay, I'm just clicking on a reload. And here we have this radio button, just select it. So here, if you observe, this button is having a class name as Android Visit Switch. I know in this screen there are two different switches are there. So I copied this class name, go back to my test scripts, driver dot find element by class name, and this is what my class name is. So I just want to get all the class names. So here I am using find elements, and here as we are using a find elements, the return type is a list of web elements itself. So here I'm storing the outcome in a switches value is equal to. Okay, I'm storing that outcome in a switches value is equal to. I know that there are two switches available in a browser to cross-check system.out.println. Total number of values are total number of switches in the app are plus switches value dot size method. And now what I want to do now means let's click on it. So here dot get is a method which will be getting down or selecting down the specified index. Get of 0. It's going to select the first object dot click. On the first object, perform a click operation. The similar way, get one dot a click. So we are asking it to perform a click operation on the next object, the second object. 0 means the index will start from 0. 0 means the first object. 1 means the second object. Good. So I have created a simple script which is going to handle these switches. So let me run my test script and see how this is going to work. Right click, run as a Java application. Okay, let it load and then we can see. So let it execute. I just ran my test scripts and it got a failed in a console stating that see this error message basically whenever you encountered any error message in the log, usually it will display up to here itself and followed by a versional error is there. So that error will gives you a clear cut information about your exception. So versional error is an unknown error server side exception occurred while automating the application, and if you scroll down here, timed out after 20,000 milliseconds. So it means I'm trying to install the app and the maximum time you have a given is just 20,000 milliseconds. So try to increase the time. Your APM itself is suggesting. Try to increase the time 20,000 from 20,000 to some other value using this capability. Let me copy this capability and directly jump onto your program, and here dc dot set capability, this is the capability, and the time I am passing it out over there is 80,000. Okay, 80,000, which internally consider it as a 80,000 milliseconds, which is going to be 80 seconds. I'm just re-executing my test script again. Okay, guys, whenever we are executing our test scripts, we will end up with different issues. It's not going to be a same issue always. You will end up with a different issues. Once you have automated successfully 2 to 3 test cases in your application, then you are in a good shape. Okay, with that 2 to 3 test cases knowledge, you can use it for others also. Okay, so that's the most important thing. So automating up to 2 to 3 test cases is completely difficult, so you need to spend enough time on that in fixing the issues and in solving them. And moreover, your Eclipse and Apm are giving a unique error messages using which we can easily understand the root cause behind the failure also. Okay, cool. It's taking more time. Let's wait for a minute and see. Now, it launched the app on that device. Okay, now it should. Okay, okay. What we asked it to perform a click operation here. So here, what we did here, we asked it to perform a click operation on a test. Okay, so what error message we encountered? An element on a web page with a given search parameter could not be located. No such a element exception got encountered, and it is related to with this line. The problem out over here is if you observe here, it's on this screen itself. It doesn't even click on this test. That's the reason it's not performing that operation. Right? If it clicked on a test, then it would have navigated to that, but it doesn't clicked on that particular one. That's the reason it was unable to handle it. So even though we have a given as a test, it not performed that operation. Okay, so let's identify that test property once again. Okay, whether it has any other property or not, let's analyze it. So I clicked on this test. Okay, so here is the problem, guys. So if you observe the class name for this text, it is stating as Android Visit Image View. And what is the class name we have a given here? Android View. See, that's the problem basically. So initially we are asking it to find the elements using that, and we are asking to click on it. And moreover, as we use the for loop, if that particular information is there, it will go inside that, else it won't go inside that. This is the mistake which I have done. So copy the class name from here, the updated class name, and place this class name in your program. And now let me rerun your test script. That's it. So small things, we need to be more cautious whenever we are scripting. Okay, I started my test script again. It will take a few seconds to install the app and to launch the session. Let's wait for that. So the app got installed now. So let us see whether it is clicking on a text this time or not. Yeah, I clicked on a text and it failed here in clicking on this customize a test. The reason out over here why it was unable to perform a click operation on this customized test here is I thought, after clicking on this one, it's taking some time to load the next screen. So here I have a given some thread dot asleep. Okay, directly I have a given a thread dot sleep. So it will click on a text and it will wait for some time and then it will see whether this text is there or not. Again, for suppose if you are unable to identify with this particular one, then what we can do means in the Apm Inspector session, we have a class name for this one also. Okay, as a last try, what I want to do is I want to go with the XPath directly with this text itself. If it doesn't work, then again I will use the same class names concept and then I will try to perform the operation on that device. Okay, so I'm just trying, I'm just seeing the possibilities. So usually we will be adding an implicit wait within your test script, which will be waiting down for the object to load. We no need to add a thread dot sleeps in a real world for this synchronization. In the starting of a test script itself, we will add an implicit wait, which will be waiting for the whole instance. Okay, which will be waiting for the whole instance. You no need to do all those chunks at all. These kind of a thread dot sleeps and all those things. The synchronization will be automatically implemented. Okay, as I told you, in this situation, if it is unable to click on this customized text, then the next option which we have is how we are using this click for this test. The similar way we will use this. Okay, so initially by default we will go with, if it is a text, we will go with these XPaths. If it is having any ID property or some other property, directly we will use that ID property and we will perform that operations. Okay, so if we are unable to perform the operations using the default properties, then only these kinds of logics we will write down. Okay, so initially we tried, using a clicking of the reasoning, mathematical reasoning, some text. As it doesn't work, then we found a root cause analysis for that, and we moved like this. Okay, so it launched the app now. It should click on a test, and it should wait for a minute. Okay, yeah, it clicked on a text, and now it waited for a minute, and still it's getting failed with this customize text. So the problem out over here is with the next part itself. So one thing I noticed here is this application is having multiple texts, but we are unable to recognize them using those texts. That's the issue in this app specifically, but not the case in all the real worlds. So here what I am doing means, as said earlier, we already have the class name for this. Copy this, go back to your program. Instead of this, click driver dot find elements by class name. This is what a class name is. And here list of web elements buttons is equal to, okay, list of web elements buttons is equal to, and here there are two buttons are there in that screen. I would like to click on the second button, right, or else I don't know, right? So I would like to click using my text. For int I equal to 0, I less than buttons dot size I plus plus, and here buttons dot get off I dot get text dot, if it contains a text as customize text. So this is what I'm passing here. I'm surrounding this one with an if. Then click on that, and then thread dot sleep for some time, and then come out from the loop. That's it. Let me go with the final run and see how it is working. So there is an issue with this app, okay, but the next scenario, we do have a text fields and other things. I'll show you on one real-time application. Okay, we'll show you the stuff on a real-time application, how we are going to deal that, the way it will differ. The ultimate thing is how the developer has designed this app. This flow will change as per their designing itself. Okay. Good. Done the deal. Let's see. Once the app got loaded, then we will perform. We will see whether the script is executing or not. Now the app got launched. Let us see this time whether it is performing the app actions or not. It clicked on the test. Okay. It clicked on a customized text. Okay. So there are two switches, and it toggled the status of those two switches. And after that, it will terminate the application. Good. Successfully, we executed this scenario. And at the end, we used a quit command. Hence, even it terminated the application on the browser. It just closed the application on a browser. That's it. So this is the way how to create a simple test script to handle switches. So this is the stuff which we handled for a switch and as well as a buttons also. Cool. Done the deal. So I'm creating a new program in my Eclipse Editor. So this time I just want to handle a simple button. So I'm copying my first test script and I'm pasting it here again. So the application which we are targeting is an INDIAMART.com, and the APK file number is demo4.apk. And once after we installed that demo for APK file, the next point what we need is we don't want all these commands. Let me delete all these things. And after that, we launched that app using our Apm Inspector Session. This is the screen which it got populated, and from the source code I noticed that this get started is having an resource ID property. If any object is having a resource ID property, we are going to use a direct ID command in your Apm, and moreover here they have also given it as an ID property only. So copy this property, go back to your program, driver dot find element by ID dot click. I'm just asking it to perform a click operation on this particular feature. I don't want to do anything else. Okay, I don't want to do anything else. I just want to do a click. The reason why I want to work on this particular one is in the earlier app which we worked, we don't have unique properties for all the objects. But here in this application, they have a assigned ID property for our object. So just want to see how ID property will work. Okay, good. Let me try to run my test script and see how this is going to work. Run as a Java application. I'm just executing these test scripts. So this time what it should happen means it should relaunch the app on my device and it should click on the get started. So let us see this functionality whether it is performing or not. Okay, let's do that. It will take a few minutes to load the app. Let's wait for a second until it got loaded. Okay, it launched the app and it is on this screen now. So we have a thread.sleep specified in a command. So I hope it should click. Yeah. So if you see now, it clicked on that get started. This is the next screen which it got populated. If you want, you can identify the property for the desired object which it is there on that screen. Okay, continue something, a pop-up got displayed, right? I can identify property for that pop-up too. Okay, but the app got closed. That's the reason I am unable to identify that property. But we can do identification of that property info as well. But this is the way how to write down a simple program which has an ID property. And in the real world, guys, the 90% of the situations, not 90, 95% of the situations, every object will have a unique property like this. They will give us the ID property for majority of the objects in the Android so that we can easily automate that application. Okay, good enough. This is the second scenario, guys. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Mobile Automation Testing Training Program. Today, I just want to create a test script which will be handling the text fields. So if you can look into this application, basically you test. I have downloaded the APK file from the internet and I have installed the app. So this is a login screen where in which as for my scenario, I want to handle entering the value in a username field, password field, and clicking on a login button. So these are the three actions which I want to perform on this application. For which what I have done means I have loaded my Apm Inspector Session and I have specified my application path which internally installed the app for me and it loaded the app instance screen. Now, in order to create a test script, I'm going to my Eclipse Editor. Whatever the existing test script is there, I'm taking a copy of my existing test scripts and I'm creating a new test script. So let me close once again. So right click, copy, paste it again. I'm just creating a new script, and on this new script, what I want to do right now is these are the things which are common. Only the APK file name will change within my capabilities, and my APK file name is this one, demo5utest. Copy this file name, go to your scripts and update the APK file information. Right after the updation of the APK file information, whichever the commands are there related to my previous program, just delete all those commands. I don't want all those commands. I have just deleted those commands. Upon deleting those commands, now I need to write down my commands to handle this. So this is a text field. Usually, in any kind of a text field, so we can use a send keys command. And here Apm is showing that there is an accessibility ID for this object. Copy this accessibility ID, Go back to your program. So driver dot find element by accessibility ID. There is a locators available. See here, and in which I'm using a send keys a command to enter a value as a test user. This is the value which I have entered. Again, go to the Apm session, click on the password field. This password has an accessibility ID, copy it and come back here, driver dot find element by accessibility ID. Again, place this password field dot send keys test1234. That's it. I just want to enter these two credentials itself. So once I am done with my text field, then I will see about the buttons. Now let me run my test script. Run as a Java application. Unlike the regular test scripts, you will be executing your test script in this way itself. Right click, run as a Java application, as I have created a sample test script. Okay, so run as a Java application and hit execute. And now to show my mobile instance, I'm launching my Vysor so that you people can see what exactly the actions it is performing on my Vysor or on my real device. So an instance of my mobile will be picked up by this Vysor. So this is the instance, and here is my scripts. And let me open the console tab, and in parallel I am opening the apm log, all these things, so that we can see, okay, in the console if anything got a failed we can understand it, and in the apm log even it will display the details behind the every command. And this is a browser mobile instance where I can see the actual execution. Okay, so it closed the existing app. I can say it uninstalled the existing app, and it is trying to reinstall a new app which got a install, and this app is loading a few seconds and it is redirecting to this screen. Now here our script should enter the username and a password. As mentioned, using the accessibility ID, it entered the username and a password successfully. That's it. So this is the way how you need to deal with this, and after that it terminated the browser also. Good enough. In continuation with that, we have a login button. Right. So let me identify this a login button, and it has an accessibility ID disabled. See, login button it's mentioning as a disabled. So now what I want to do, so let me highlight this one and see here, there are some unique properties like android visit text view and all those things. Anyways, we will see about these buttons in the next scenario. The complete login scenario we will see in the next scenario, but for now let's see this sample text fields itself. This is the way how exactly you can create your test script. Good, that's all I have. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hi everyone, welcome to mobile automation testing training program. Today I want to explain about switches. So let me show you a simple switch example. So this is another application. Once you clicked on the test, these two options are displaying. Clicking on a customized test, it's navigating to this screen where we have these switches. I need to write down a WebDriver program which will be handling these switches. Good. So first of all, we need to click on this test. So for which what I am doing means, let me create a new program by copying an existing program and pasting it. I have created a new program. And as for the new program, we need to change the application APK file. I'm copying the APK file name and I'm placing my APK file name here. And once after we updated the APK file, these are the unnecessary commands, just delete it. Now, once after the application got launched on this app, you need to click on this test. So whenever you clicked on the text, the button is having a text as a text, but here it is displaying as a text tab 3.3. I'm just deleting these commands from my test script. So once after we deleted these commands, the next point what we need to do is go back to the screen, and here, it's having a test of 3, tab of 3. Definitely it's not going to click on that. Hence, I'm using this class name where in which I want to identify the multiple objects using this class name. So here I'm using driver dot find elements by class name. We know that find elements is a command which is used to identify multiple objects. The return type from this one is a list of web elements, which is a collection of multiple values. So I'm storing it in an options. And now for int I equal to 0, I less than options 1 dot size I plus plus, and here options 1 dot get of I dot get text, store it in a string p1 is equal to. I'm capturing the text from the app and storing it in a p1. If p1 dot contains of a test, if the p1 contains whatever the value it is capturing from the app, if it contains a text, then directly click on that object and break the for loop. That's it. This whole logic will be clicking on a test. Okay, good. So this whole logic will be clicking on a test. So what it will happen, from the app home page, it will click on this test. Now again, this is the screen which it is populating. We need to click on a customize test. Go back to the inspector session, reload the screen, and identify the customized text. And even I felt that there might be an issue with this entire application. Hence, I am using this class name again to identify the properties. So copy the class name, go back here, and I am using driver dot find elements by class name again. Use this class name. And here again, I am storing list of web elements. Options 2 is equal to. Again, I can use the for loop. So rather than rewriting the script, I'm copying the above for loop and placing it here. The only thing I'm changing is this time I want to click on a customized test. So I'm copying this customized text value from the Apm session, and I am replacing it here in my script. So what it will happen, the first logic will be clicking on a test. Let me add a comment. Below logic will click on a test button, and this logic, what it's going to do, below logic will click on customize test. Okay, that's it. It's going to click on a customize test. As soon as we clicked on a customize text, this is the screen which it is populating where we have this switch. So go back to the Apm session, reload the screen, and capture the switch property. So this is my first switch, and it has a class name. So directly what I am doing means copy this class name, go back here, driver dot find element by class name dot click. So see here, I clicked on just a class name. And if you observe the second switch, even it is also having the same class name. On this app, both the switch are having the same class name. What your APM will do, whichever the object comes first, it will click on that. Okay, so for this instance, let's see on which object it is clicking. So what I'm doing means I'm adding a synchronization command between the individual operations. So right after clicking my first option, adding a thread dot sleep, and again right after clicking on my second option, which is a customized test, I am adding a thread dot sleep. That's it. Let me run my test script. So why are we giving a thread dot sleep here? What will happen if we are not giving a thread dot sleep? The thing is, your APM will try to identify the object right after performing a click operation. Usually in the app, it is taking some time to load the next screen. But if we are not giving any thread dot sleep, but directly it will click on that. Hence, your script will fail with a no such element exception. To avoid all such things, right after the command, if the web page is taking or if the application is taking some time to load the next screen, then definitely use this thread dot sleep command to stop that particular script instance. That's it. Now the app got installed, uninstalled successfully, and now it is trying to install the app. And once the app got installed, it launched the app. It should click on a test, And upon clicking on the text, it will switch to the customize the text. Yeah, it clicked on a text successfully, and now it should click on a customize test. Okay, it got a failed here with this customize the test. Let's see why it got a failed with respect to the customize test. I'm maximizing this, and here it is stating that stale element exception class does not exist anymore. So might be there is an issue here with this particular locator. Okay, got it. So guys, if you clearly observe the issue what I have done earlier, I copied the for loop from the above instance, and here I pasted it, but somehow I haven't changed the options. So as of now, it contains option 2, but my for loop contains all the values as an option 1, which is getting failed. So I have to change everything in the second for loop to option 2, hence it will execute successfully. Now rerun the test script. These are all the small mistakes which we usually commit in the app. We should be more focused when we are executing the test scripts. I just ran my test script now. It should terminate the app, it should uninstall the app, it should reinstall the app, and then it should perform all these operations. Let's wait for a minute and see how it's going to handle this operation. Good. It uninstalled the app now, and it terminated the app instance, and it relaunched the new app. And in this situation, it should click on a test. That's fine. It will be clicking on that. And after clicking on the text, this time it should click on a customize the test. Let's see, it clicked on that. And now this switch position, it changed. It was there from the left side and it moved to the right hand side. So as said, it clicked on a first switch. Good enough. But the thing is, I don't want to handle only one switch. How many switches are there? I need to handle all the switches. So I'm copying this program and I'm creating a new program here, and I want to modify the logic in order to handle all the switches in that particular screen. And I just opened my Apm session instance. As you have observed earlier, both the switches are having, so as we have observed here, both the switches are having a same class name. Then I can ask my Apm to identify all the objects in this screen which are having this class name. So here, scroll down a bit, comment this piece, and here driver dot find elements by class name, and I would like to store it in a list of web elements switch is equal to. Now for int I equal to 0, I less than switch dot size I plus plus, and here switch dot get off I dot click. I'm using this simple click command in the for loop. So what it will do, this command will capture all the switches and it will store here. And this for loop, how many switches are there? It will perform operation on all those switches. Let me run my test script and see how it's going to handle these switches. So I'm parallelly opening this Vysor instance now. So it should uninstall and it should reinstall the app. And once the app got installed, now it should perform these operations. Let's wait for a minute until it launch the app so that we can proceed with the further execution. App got launched, installed and launched successfully. Now it is clicking on a test and then followed by the further operations like a customized test followed by a customized test. It should handle both the switches, first and second. It got a handle. That's it. So this is the way how exactly we can handle the switches. Cool. That's all I have. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye. Yeah. Hi everyone. So I just want to start with the first scenario, which is the handling of the text fields. Basically, how we can handle any kind of a text fields. The command which you need to use is a send keys command. Send keys is a command which you need to use to handle any kind of a text fields. Okay, so let me pick up one application to handle these text fields. So I'm going to upload all these files in the repository so that you people can have a look into all these files as well. So this is the APK file which has that application, demo5 UI test.apk, and now I'm trying to specify the APK here, demo5 GUI test.apk, and start the session. Let me try to establish the session here with my device so that I just want to show you the flow. So in order to handle this login functionality, the only scenario which I am checking is in the login screen of this U-test application, I want to enter my username and a password. That's it. Apart from that, I'm not trying to do anything. There is a login screen where user can enter the username and a password. So I just want to do that particular operation. Anyways, in order to handle the buttons, click is the command which you need to use. So I just want to go with this send a key is a command as an example. So let it launch so that we can see the objects, we can identify the objects. So the scenario is perform login functionality. So the first one is enter username, enter password, click on login button. That's it. That's going to be my scenario, what I need to handle on the application. Let's wait and see. Once the application instance got launched, then we can see. Okay. So if you can see here, successfully the app got installed and I got this session in my Apm. Now let me click on this email address. So here the email address is having an accessibility ID, not an ID, it is having an accessibility ID, which is a separate property. Okay, so before taking this property into my test script, I want to cross check whether this is a valid property or not. This is a text field, I can use a send key as a command. So upon selecting the object, in the selected element, I'm clicking this send keys. The meaning is on this object, perform this send keys operation with a name as a Surendra test1234 and hit this send keys. So whenever I hit this send key as a command, see if you observe Surendra1234 got entered into that text field, and even if you observe your Vysor instance also in the text field it entered. So with which I can confirm that using this accessibility ID, your Apm was able to perform the operation on that object, which is good to go. Now go back to your Eclipse Editor. Let me create a new program for us. Right click, copy the existing program, paste a new program here, and in the new program, delete all unnecessary commands. I have deleted all the unnecessary commands from my script. Only thing which I kept here is just, launching an Android object. And after that, I need to change the APK file name. And in this situation, my APK file name is this one. Update my APK file name in my script. That's it. I have updated my APK file name in my test script. Done the deal. We are good up to here. Now, this object username field is having an accessibility ID. Copy this accessibility ID from the Apm session. Go back to your script. Driver dot find elements. So find element by accessibility ID. There is a separate locator accessibility ID dot send case Surendra. I have entered. Now let me identify my password field too. My password is also having an accessibility ID. Copy it. Go back here. Driver dot find element by accessibility ID. Again dot send keys test1234. Okay, good enough. So let me try to enter my password too. I have given my password too. So if you have a look into the Vysor, both the username and a password got entered, but the login button is not enabled. Maybe there might be an issue with the application. That's fine. But from my end, let me try to click on this login button too. The login button is having a text as a login. Okay, the login button is having a text as a login. Or if I highlight the whole button, see here, login button is disabled. Okay, the reason why it is not enabling is maybe I'm not giving the valid credentials, right? That's the reason it is in a disable mode. But anyways, let me try to use this command. Accessibility ID, go back to your scripts, driver dot find element by accessibility ID, click. That's it. That's a simple thing what I need to do. And now let me try to run my scripts. Run as a Java application. I'm just executing my test scripts. Let me open my Apm instance too. Okay, let me open my Apm instance too to see how it is generating the log and other stuff. Okay, I just started executing my script. You know, it will take a few minutes to install the app and to establish a connection with that device to perform the operation. Let's wait for a minute to see that. Okay, cool. Now it launched the app. It will wait for certain amount of time until the screen got loaded, as we have a given explicitly thread.sleep, and it entered the username, it entered the password, it clicked on a button too. That's it. That's the way, okay, it performed the operations and it will stop the execution and even it will terminate the app too. Okay, there is no point of clicking the disable button, just for my satisfaction I have given it and it successfully clicked on that particular button too. That's it. So this is the simple way how you need to handle these checkboxes. Okay, so this is the simple way how exactly we people need to handle the checkboxes. Sorry, the text fields. Okay, handling of these text fields. Now, the next scenario which we want to discuss is about the checkboxes. So where exactly we have these checkboxes? Okay, so let me create a new session with a different application. Okay, so my app file is 11 stage.apk. Go back here, apk. So I have specified it and I'm starting a new session. So this is a different app. You know, I'm picking different apps for these scenarios. And this is a different app where in which I want to see this checkboxes and as well as a radio button functionality. Okay, so let me install the app so that we can easily understand the properties and locators. And one thumb rule which we need to consider before moving on any scenario is, before moving to scripting, once we identified the locators, just try to perform operations from the Apm session. If it is performing operations successfully, then you can use those properties. Okay, then you can use those properties without any issues. So it's a mandatory for you to have a look into those information. Okay, yes. So it's trying to install the app. Anyways, it will take a few more minutes to install the app. The reason why I'm asking you to check these properties is, if you remember the earlier sessions what we have created, we captured the properties, but once we navigated to our script, you know, it's getting failed. So to avoid all such a things, before picking the property and placing the property in your script, just to make sure that, okay, just to make sure that you are capturing that information and we are performing that operation. Okay, so whenever we are opening the app, this is the screen first it is populating. So I want to select this option, allow only while using the app, and for which there is an ID property, ID resource ID. Copy this resource ID from here, and first of all, we need to create a new test script. All right, so let me copy the existing test scripts. Let me place that script here and change the APK file path. So what is my APK file name? Copy it, paste it, and delete all unnecessary commands. So my desired object is having an ID property here. Copy the ID property, go back to your program, driver.find element by ID, and I can use a click command. Okay, I can just use a click command here. Okay, and now whenever you perform a click command, automatically it will be clicking on that. To cross check what I am doing right now means I'm just using a tap on this object. So automatically it clicked on the desired object and it moved to a next screen. And in this next screen, I want to click on this skip. Select the skip, and it is having a resource ID. Again, copy the ID for this property. Go back to the program, driver.find element by ID dot click. And just below that, let me add a thread dot sleep for some time. And whenever we performed a skip operation, it's taking a few seconds to load the next screen. Definitely, I need to add a thread dot sleep here. This is the next screen which it is populating. So go back here, add a thread dot sleep for some time here. And now here what I need to do means from these options I need to click on a sign in. So here is the sign in button, and again there is a unique ID property for this sign in. Copy this ID, go back, driver.find element by ID dot click. So tap it. So whenever you perform the click operation, it is taking a few minutes to load the next screen. Okay, so here, uh, this is the next screen which it got populated. So what I want to do from here is, so again add a thread dot sleep after this. Oh, sorry. I guess here I was not supposed to hit the sign in. I was supposed to do the register. For these checkboxes, I need to go to a registration screen. So reload this screen once again. Okay, and here I need to click on the register. Register is having a separate ID. Copy it, update the program with the register. That's it. And I clicked on the register now. Even after clicking on a register, it is taking a few seconds to load the form. And here, if I reload my screen, there is a country, and for that country, there is a radio button here. Just a radio button. I want to select a Canada radio button, which is having an ID property. Copy it. See here, for this object, there is a ID and as well as an accessibility ID, but I want to go with an ID property itself. Driver.find element by ID dot click. See, radio buttons, we are not using anything, we are just using a click command itself. So it clicked on that radio button. Whenever it clicked on a radio button, in the bottom we have a two different checkboxes. So I want to handle these checkboxes to click on it. So here, the first one, if you clearly observe, we are having an ID property for that, stating that accept, sign up, accept terms. And if you observe the second checkbox, see here, there is an accessibility ID for that. So let's try to get the ID property for the checkbox, the first one. Go back here, driver.find element by ID dot click, and again I want to click on this option too. They have a given some accessibility ID. Let me get that accessibility ID and see if I can click it. Capture it. Go back here. Driver dot find element by accessibility ID dot click. Thread dot sleep for some time. Good enough. That's it. These are the activities which I need to perform on my application. So if you clearly observe, I have a handled the radio button, and even I have a handled the checkboxes too within the same script. Checkboxes and a radio buttons I have incorporated within my same script itself. Let me run my test script as a Java application this time and see how it is handling both the checkbox and a radio button on this application. Okay, let it execute. As you know, again, it will take a few minutes to establish a connection. Let's wait for a minute and then we'll see how it's executing. All right, so it launched the app and it has to pick always allow only while using the app. The second option it needs to pick, and then it picked that. And now in this screen, it needs to click on a skip, and this time it's taking more time to load the next screen. Yeah, here it needs to click on a register. Yeah, good enough. So it needs to click on that radio button. See here, my script got a failed at example 41. Okay, that's fine. Let me see what is the error my has behind that. Okay, no such element exception, an element could not be located. The reason why it is unable to handle it is usually the desired object is somewhere at the bottom, right? Somewhere at the bottom. So that's the reason it's expecting us to perform a scroll operation. But we no need to perform a scroll operation in the real world applications what we are working. Anyways, what I want to do right now is, okay, before this one, I will try to enter a mobile number for my, for my convenience. What I'm doing means before clicking on this particular country, so driver dot find element by ID, and I can use the send keys as some number. Okay, let me try using the send keys on this command and see what it is performing. Send keys. So I have a given some number and hit this send keys. So what I thought means whenever it is entering the mobile number, definitely it will scroll down the web page till the mobile number. In such situations, definitely it will perform a scroll. That's what I feel. Usually in the real world, guys, whenever you are working on your applications, you no need to give a scroll to that particular objects. Okay, specific to the radio buttons or checkboxes, you no need to use a scroll. Automatically based on the operation what you have a given, it should perform a scroll operation. That's what it needs to do. As it is not doing, let's try to do some other operations. So what additionally I have done means I thought that maybe with the checkbox it was radio buttons and a checkbox, it was unable to perform a scroll operation. That's the reason. The above there is a text field, so I have used a value entering into that text field to see whether it is scrolling down till that text field or not. If it is scrolling down till the text field, that's fine. As it scroll till the text field, it will perform the further operation. So let us see if it is performing or not. If it is not performing, that's fine. We do have an option to scroll down. I'll show you a command to how exactly we can scroll down the page, but not exactly in this point. Maybe in a moving further sessions we will see how to do a scroll operation. But anyways, let us see in this situation if I have entered the mobile number how it's going to deal. Okay, it loaded the form and then it clicked on register, so it should enter the mobile number. We have given a mobile number. Let's see. Okay, it entered the mobile number, but still it doesn't scroll, guys. Okay, it doesn't scroll that object. So manually I used a scroll command here to do a scroll. I guess the script got a failed again. Example 44. Okay, so it got a failed here. So it was able to identify the object, but it's not performing the operation on that object. Scroll down, reload it. 1 second, let's see why it is not scrolling basically. After entering the mobile number, wait for some time. Okay, fine. And okay, so we have an accessibility ID and we have an ID. Okay, we are giving it as an ID. That's fine. It should, right? Fine. Let me do one more thing. There is a zip code, right? Without doing anything, let me try entering a value to the zip code too. Okay, so here I'm copying this command, these two lines of a command, and I'm placing here, updating the ID property, and I'm entering my zip code. Okay, let me run my test script this time and see whether it is performing or not. See, usually, guys, whenever there is an object, it will automatically scroll. You no need to write down a command specifically to perform a scroll operation. That's what the objective is. Maybe that depends on app to app. That feature may change. If the application is not doing a scroll, we do have a commands to manually scroll it, but we will see it moving further. But let's give a try here in this time and see. So here, if you observe, I'm entering the mobile number and I'm entering a zip code. So these two fields I'm handling. In the middle, I'm just leaving the country now. Okay, so let us see this time if it can perform the operation or not. If it is not performing the operation, then I will do a scroll manually for this scenario, and we will continue with the stuff for now. Okay, but we will see a command how can we use to perform a scroll operation moving further. There is a touch actions, a command available in a web driver to perform these touch actions. We'll study moving further. Let's see. It hit at the register. Now it should enter the mobile number, and after the mobile number, if it is entering the zip code without entering any errors, that's fine. So zip code, even for the zip code, it is throwing an error. So definitely you need to scroll down your web page, and then only it will perform the operations. Okay, the below objects it's not recognizing until we scroll that. So here what I am doing means, in this situation I will do a scroll operation manually. Okay, right after entering the phone number, or else right after navigating to this screen, I will scroll. Okay, right after it clicked on a register, I will directly scroll down this form so that it can find the mobile number, zip code, country, and all these things. Okay, let's see in this run. I will do a manual scroll. So whenever we do a manual scroll, definitely it will work. It won't be any issues for that. Right, let's see. So it's executing. It will take a few minutes time. It will complete it. That's fine. Now it launched the app, and it should click on the second option, and then it should click on a skip, and then register. Great. I did a scroll manually here, guys. So I have done that piece manually. It entered the mobile number. Now, as I have already scrolled manually, it should enter the zip code after waiting certain amount of time. It entered, and it should select that Canada checkbox. It did, radio button, and then it checked those two checkboxes. That's it. Successfully, my script performed the operations. So if you clearly observe this scenario, in this scenario, we handled, okay, in this scenario, we handled radio buttons, checkboxes, text fields, and buttons. All right. So the text fields are, which text fields we have handled? Phone number and zip code. The buttons are allow, pop-up. allow is kind of a pop-up itself. Allow pop-up we handled, and then skip button we have a handled, register button we have a handle, privacy settings checkbox and terms checkbox we have a handle, Canada radio button we have a handle. That's it. So this is a simple scenario. Start the recording. So today the scenario which I want to explain is, the first scenario is handling the pop-ups. Okay, I just want to handle the pop-ups, and then after handling the pop-ups, handle drop downs. So these are the two scenarios which I want to target. In order to work on these scenarios, what I have used is, I'm using one demo e-commerce application. So it's a fully a demo e-commerce application itself. Okay, so I have a downloaded and I have already installed the app on my mobile. You can see that app here. So let me walk you through the scenario. So by default, once after this app got installed, we need to click on this category and we need to pick any one of these categories. And from the categories, from the available products, I need to pick one product. And here there is a add to cart option. Just hit add to cart. And whenever you hit this add to cart, this is the kind of a pop-up it's coming, a confirmation pop-up, right? It is asking to enter the quantity, enter some values and hit add button. So with which we can confirm that we have a handled the pop-up. So that's going to be the first scenario. And the next thing is hit this cart icon. So whenever you hit this cart icon, this is the screen which it is populating. Check it out. And here, there is a drop down that's being populated here. After clicking on that, the drop down options, choose some other option and proceed checkout. That's it. Again, this is a pop-up, hit S. That's it. Automatically, we are done with the scenarios and we are done with one end-to-end flow. Right, if you observe this scenario, basically, right from the app installation till placing an order, we worked on one scenario. Right, let's create a script for the same. So I have already generated an Apm session here. So I just want to highlight the property for this category. So let me highlight this full block of category and see. So whenever I have highlighted this block, I notice that there is an ID property and here it has nav category, navigation category. So this category is having an ID property. Good. Let me copy the existing test script first of all. Let us create this program. And in this new script, I just want to change the application URL or application APK file name. So here, new ecom1.apk and delete all unnecessary commands from the program. Could I have deleted that? And now, once after we deleted this, then the next point here is, okay, so we need to click on, once after the application got launched, we need to click on these categories, and this category is having an ID property. So copy this ID property, go back to your scripts, driver dot find element by ID. Click. I'm using a simple click command here to handle it. So whenever you performed a click operation on the categories screen will load, where in which we need to select the fashion. So just reload this screen And here is an option as a fashion. I have selected that. And if you clearly observe, there is no specific property for this fashion here, right? Good. And if I digged into the fashion, and if you clearly observe, there is a resource ID property category name, but the text is changing. So let me identify the category name for this, and even the resource ID is one and the same. So I noticed that it's having a common ID property for all the categories. So copy it, go back here, driver dot find elements by ID. Whenever I use to find elements, definitely we need to use a list of a web element. Val is equal to val dot get off. So here, in order to select the desired value, I can use a for loop. I less than val dot size I plus plus. And here, val dot get off I dot get text string p1 is equal to if p1 dot equals ignore case, then val of get of I dot click and break the loop. That's it. So here use this text. So I want to click on this fashions. Copy these fashions and place it here. So if these values are equal, just hit it. That's it. Okay, that's fine. It's going to click on this fashions anyways. Upon clicking on the fashions, there are a multiple things displaying here. Among all those, among all those, these are products, right? Among all those products, I need to click on a first product. Reload the inspector session and identify. And here there is a category image which is a common for everything. Okay, which is a common for everything. So what I'm going to do right now means I can use this category image property and I can identify multiple objects. Copy it, go back here, driver dot find elements by ID, web element prods is equal to prods dot get off. Okay, so here the prods should be a list of a web element, right? A list of web element. Prods dot get off 0 dot click. So I know the first option. So I'm asking my program to click on the first option. It will click on the first option here. Good. And upon clicking on a first option, now you need to click on a add to cart. Reload this screen. Select this add to cart and it has a separate ID property. So copy this ID property. One thumb rule, guys, whenever we are identifying the properties, it's your responsibility to check out whether we are giving the accurate property or not. So here it has, this resource ID has an add cart with which I'm confirming that this is an ID property like that. So driver dot find element by ID dot click. So whenever you click on this add to cart, A pop-up is coming. Oh, what happened? One second. Add to cart. So a pop-up is coming for us. Now we need to enter the value in the pop-up. Reload the screen, and this is the pop-up and this is the text field. Copy this dialog box property and go back to your scripts. Thread dot sleep for some time. Driver dot find element by ID dot send keys 2. I'm entering 2 into that. Okay, so upon entering 2, we need to click on this add button. So here, add button. Add button is having an ID as a button 1 and cancel is having a button 2. In my situation, I need to hit this add button itself. Copy this button name. Go back to your program. Driver dot find element by ID dot click. Good. So I clicked on that particular option. So click on this add. So whenever you clicked on that add, it will take a few seconds to load the screen. Hence, let me add a thread dot sleep. Let's add a thread dot sleep wherever is required so that it will wait for a few seconds. Good enough. Good enough. So we clicked on that button. Now finally, we need to click on this cart icon. Then only it will navigate to that screen. Reload this screen and then the cart icon is having again a ID property. Copy it. Go back to the program. Driver dot find element by ID dot click. After clicking on this, it will wait for some time. So I clicked on this cart. It's taking some time. And now you need to click on checkout. So go back to the inspector, reload again. It should click on this checkout. Again, the checkout is having some ID property. Copy it. Go back to your script. Driver dot find element by ID dot click. And guys, if you observe, majority of the objects whatever we have has an ID property itself which we are using. Good. We are in this screen now and we need to click on this. Okay, we need to click on this free shipping drop down. So hit it. So whenever you hit that one, it is displaying as an Android text one. So go back to your program. Driver dot find element by ID dot click. And whenever you clicked on that, if you clearly observe, the another values is populating. Now, if you reload the inspector session, it should populate with the two options. But one thing is, both options are having the same resource ID, only the text is changing. Now, go back to the scripts. Driver dot find elements by ID. So here, I'm storing it in a list of web element dd is equal to. Now I can write a for loop int I equal to 0, I less than dd dot size I plus plus, dd dot get of I dot get the text string p1 is equal to if p1 dot equals ignore case, dd dot get off I dot click and break the loop. That's fine. So what is the text basically? It needs to click on cache on delivery. Copy this text from the browser or the inspector and place it in your program. Gets. So finally, it's selected that cache on delivery. Now we need to click on proceed checkout, the final option. Reload the screen, identify the object for this proceed checkout. It has an ID property. Copy it, go back to the program, driver dot find element by ID, click. So whenever you clicked on a proceed checkout, again a pop-up will come with a yes and no. So reload the screen. I need to click on a S. So S is having a button 1. Let me click on a no. No is having a button 2. Let me click on a S itself. So here driver dot find element by ID dot click. Upon clicking on this S again, I want to wait for some time. So let me go back here, click on a S, and immediately it's taking some time and it is displaying this text. Reload it. This time it is taking more time. Let's add a more time here. Gets. And here is the screen. So in this screen, basically, this is a congratulations. There is an alert title and thank you for your order. There is some message here and OK button too. So first of all, what I want to do means let me get the text from here and let me compare it with the text. So resource ID, copy it, go back here, driver dot find element by ID dot get a text string confirmation title is equal to. Now what I can do means, okay, what I can do means if confirmation title dot equals ignore case of, for suppose this congratulation. If these two are equal, system.out.println confirmation title verified successfully, else system.out.println confirmation title verification failed. That's it. Confirmation title verification failed. That's it. This is the simple thing. On top of these two steps, what additionally I have done means capture the confirmation message, confirmation title, and verify the title too. So we have created this piece. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. Now let me try to run my test script and see how it is executing. Run as a Java application. As you know, it will take a few minutes to uninstall the app and then to reinstall the app. Let's wait for a minute until it loaded the app. Yeah, it uninstalled the app and it is reinstalling the app now. So it should click on a categories as per my script. Let's see. Okay, it's waiting for the same. Yeah, it clicked on a categories. It clicked on a fashion. It should click on a the first image. It clicked on that. Now it should click on a add to cart, and then it should enter two into that text field. It should click on a add, and after that, it click on a cart, and now it clicked on a checkout, and it should click on a free shipping drop down, and it should select a cash on delivery, and it should click on proceed checkout. S in the pop-up now, and upon a S, it will wait for few seconds and it will validate this message now. Okay, so see here, confirmation title verified successfully. Okay, confirmation title verified successfully. That's it. This is the way it got validated successfully. My entire script got executed. Now, on top of this one, the next scenario which I want to do is above scenario plus validate the confirmation message and also click on OK button too. Okay, good. So let me copy this script, copy it, create a new script here. And on this new script, at the end, after this verification, in the inspector session, we have already captured this. It is having a resource ID. Copy this ID property, go back to your program again, find element by ID dot get a text this time, and I'm storing it in a string. Confirmation message is equal to. So I kept it in a confirmation message. And now if confirmation message dot. So this time what I am doing means I'm using a contains a keyword here. I'm not using an equals. The reason is I know it's a bit lengthy test. In such a lengthy text, you no need to give all the details. Only we can give some details. See here, I'm using thanks for ordering text. Of course, if you want, you can compare everything. So let me copy everything here and let me change it to equals ignore case only, and let me place that text here. System.out.println confirmation message validated, hence clicking on OK button. Else system.out.println confirmation message not validated. So here I need to click on a OK button whenever that message is matching. Hence, I'm writing down that logic within the if block itself. I have identified that and I used it. That's it. This is a simple point. Okay. Here, below logic will verify confirmation title. Below logic will verify confirmation message and click on OK button. That's it. Let me try running my test script as a Java application and see how this is going to work. Run as a Java application. It's getting executed now. Let's see. Again, it will take a few minutes to install the app and then to perform the activities. Okay, let's wait for a second for that. It launched the app now, and it should click on our categories. The same flow, fashion and the first product. And from the first product, it will click on add to cart, and then it will enter the quantity as it to add it, and then it will click on checkout, and in the checkout, it will change the drop down to cash on delivery. And upon this cash on delivery, it will proceed and it handle the pop-up too. And then finally, in the confirmation message, okay, it's just validating the messages. Okay, good. So here, if you clearly observe, confirmation message are not validated. It returned, right? It doesn't validate that. The problem here is whenever we are validating certain lengthy messages, there will be some issue with the spaces, all such things. That's the reason we can use a contains a statement and it will be validating that information. Okay, we can use a contains a statement to validate this information. We no need to use the entire, just using a contains it will execute. Okay, you can run it, or else let me run my script once again to show you this contains stuff. It launched the app and it's performing the stuff. Contains means it's not going to verify everything, only a small portion it's going to verify. Okay, even in this time, if it is unable to verify the text, then what we will do means whatever the confirmation message it is capturing from the app, just print it, and then based on that print message, we can validate it. But like this, our scripts will be there. So we will create the test scripts. It will proceed with the complete checkout and everything. Process checkout, yes. Yeah. So it should validate the message first, title first. Yeah, see here, it hit that OK button. So this time it validated it. That's it. So this is a simple way how you need to deal with these test scripts. The scenario for the today's session is how can we handle web views in the application? Gets immediately a quick question will rise in our mind. What is a web view? So the thing out over here is these days developers are working on hybrid applications. It means they have a native view and upon clicking on something, it will open a new browser instance within the app, or it will open a Chrome browser which will render in the app screen itself. Okay, that's fine. Good enough. So then basically your APM script is on native app instance. It doesn't even know whether there is a web app opened. So as an automation tester, you need to analyze it, and then if something is related to web view, we need to understand and we need to pass that info in your script stating that, okay, we need to pass that information in your script stating that there is a web view, switch to that view and then perform the operations. Such a kind of a task you need to specify. Good. That's fine. Let me open my Vysor. See if you can see my screen. Basically, this is an app. See if you can see this is a native app instance itself. I don't see any pop-ups. Whenever I click on a sign up, see a new window is populating for me, and on that new window, see there is an into mark and the view is populating. I felt that this is a web view. How would I confirm whether it is a web view or not? Go to your Apm Inspector Session, reload your session, and upon reloading the session, try expanding the HTML information here. Okay, try expanding the HTML information. See here, This is the HTML information, and here there is an Android WebBucket web view. In the HTML source itself, it is stating that it's inside a web view. Okay, see, basically what it will happen in a web view, I'm trying to identify my first name here. See guys, I'm trying to identify my first name or last name in this app, but I'm unable to identify those fields here. See, I'm unable to identify those fields here. The reason is WebView is having a different perspective, and by default you can't understand, or your APM can't recognize the WebView properties. So see here, when I re-edited that, I can find the properties. But one thumb rule out over here is, in the real world, whenever we are working on the projects, we can't identify the properties in the web view up to 95%, and in remaining 5% of our cases we can identify web view properties like how we did just now. But the thing is, I noticed that these objects are in a web view. I need to write down a program which will be switching down to that particular web view. Right? I need to write down a program which will be switching down to that particular web view. Gets. So how exactly we can deal with this information? So there are separate commands in a WebDriver to do so. Let's go back. Let's create a new program on top of the existing programs and change the APK file name to utest APK file. This is the utest. Copy this. In your script, change the APK file name. And in your script, delete all unnecessary commands. Good. Done the deal. I have deleted all the unnecessary commands. And now on this app, what I have done means, initially itself, I have established an Apm Inspector Session. So let me reload my screen once again. I am on this sign up screen. So here we need to click on a sign up, right? Click on it. So it is having a text property. I faced an issue with a previous app with the text. So I don't want to go with the text. It is having a class property. Copy the class name, go back to your program, driver dot find elements by class name. I'm using that. So I just want to identify multiple objects. Okay, driver dot find the elements by class name. This is what a class name is. Store this information in a list of web element. Buttons is equal to. Okay, that's fine. And again, for int I equal to 0, I less than buttons dot size I plus plus, and here buttons dot get off I dot get text dot contains sign up. If it contains a sign up, so basically that's a simple thing. If it contains the sign up, then buttons dot get off I dot click and break it. And usually upon clicking on that, I noticed that it's taking more time to load that next screen. So I have given that much amount of time. Gets. So after that, okay, whenever you click on this particular one, it is switching to a web view. So now As for me, I need to clearly call out get all the context. So here driver dot get context handle. Context handle is a command which is specifically used to get all the context. So what it's going to do, how many contexts are there? Like how many views are there? If your app is having a only native view, then it will show up. Okay, so then it will show up. So here, list of string, list of a string. So here, driver dot a context set of a strings, context is equal to. So the views basically, I'm capturing that information and I'm storing it in a set of strings. Good. So import this set, Java utils set. And now this command will let me know how many contexts are there. System.out.println total contexts are plus context.size. And even I want to print those contexts int I equal to 0, I less than context dot size I plus plus. So basically in this situation, what I need to do means instead of using this for loop, so context one of context. So this for loop is a for each loop. Every time it will get the value from the context and it will store it in a context one. So here system.out.println context name is plus context one. So I'm just asking it to print that a context name itself. So in this situation, I'm not doing anything, guys. After clicking on the sign up, I'm waiting for maximum amount of time and then I'm asking my APM to get how many contexts are there. Just print those names here. Now let me run my test script and see what ex yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So the both yes. So the for loops, whatever we have created are one and the same. The logic it's going to work is on the values till okay until all the values present inside that. The only difference is the structure wise we are differentiating this. Here I'm just using the condition followed by an incremental, whereas in this situation you no need to mention the condition and as well as an incremental. Automatically this for each loop will be picking one after another values in the list or a set. How many values are there, it will work on all of those values and it will work accordingly. So the only thing is here I no need to mention the condition declaration and all those things. Simple declaration what I am stating means whatever the value is there in it, get it and store it in a context so that individually you can get it up and use it up. That's it, nothing more than that. There is no much difference. The syntactical wise it is the difference, but logical wise it's one and the same. Okay, cool. And I guess I have started my script execution. Yeah, it launching the app now, and after that it should click on a sign up. And after clicking on a sign up, as this is an app which is taking more time, so I have a given 35 seconds of time. So usually in the real world, we don't need to wait this much amount of time. Within 5 to 10 seconds, the view or the next screen will be loaded. As this is a demo application which we have downloaded, it's taking more time. That's it. So let it wait. So once it completed that much amount of time, then it will print this information. So it's waiting. In this situation, when we are executing now, it's loaded just a few seconds ahead itself. But as I have given a thread dot sleep, it's waiting for that much amount of time. And if you clearly observe, get a context handle system.out.println. See here, it's capturing only one context is there, and that context is a native app. It's not showing two contexts here. Though there is a web view, it's not showing two contexts. There is a something issue here. Let's have a look into that and why it is not capturing two contexts. So I haven't changed anything in my test script. So I just want to see why it is not recognizing. Hence I am adding a thread dot sleep here before the context, and let me run my test script. Run as a Java application this time, and let us see. Usually it should recognize the context and it should perform the operations. Okay, let's see why it is not recognizing the context. It's a bit strange, but let's see. Yeah, it's a simple thing. Yeah. So let me see this Vysor. Whenever there are a multiple instances are there, it will recognize those instances and it will show us those instances. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Now it should launch the app and it should execute the test script on this app. Let's see. Yeah, the app got launched and now it should click on a sign up. After waiting certain amount of time, I clicked on it and this screen got a populated. Get, I'm asking it to wait for some time until the screen got loaded. Okay, and this time if you observe, it's taking more time to load this instance. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now let me continue with my debugging mode. And this time, if I see my context, still I am getting only the native app, not the web view. Only one instance it's capturing, not both the instances it's capturing. Why? Why it is not doing that? Okay, so I just kept this thread dot sleep out. Apart from that, I haven't done anything. So it should work, right? Fine. Let me rerun my program once again in a debugging mode again. Let me rerun it, sign up, and then get this context and say this. Okay, let's see. So the only difference this time what I did is I just break this up. Earlier I kept thread.sleep in my for loop, and now I just brought it out. I don't think this make much difference here, but anyways, let's see whether it is making any difference in this situation or not. Let it execute. So these are small configuration issues. Basically it should work. So whenever there is a view, as we can see that view, it should recognize that. So we haven't created any master signs here, just a dummy program we have created. It should recognize it. Right, let's see the situation, how it's going to execute. Okay, it launched the app and now it clicked on that particular instance. That's fine. It's loading. And okay, so let me debug and see. This time whenever I mouse over on that, still I can get only the native app instance, not the hybrid or the web view instance. Why? Let me stop this script and I'm just going with the final rerun mode. Okay, I just want to go with the final rerun mode. Okay. mm, Let me run my test script this time. Okay, let me debug it directly. Debug as a Java application. Let me debug it and see this time whether it is executing or not. There is a no change here, but the only change what I'm doing means placing the debug point. I just changed the debug point to placing somewhere after capturing the context. That's it. Nothing more than that. Okay, after capturing the context itself, I'm just placing this command now. Let's see how this is going to deal with it. It launched the app this time and it should click on a sign up. I have a given maximum amount of time, so it will wait for the maximum amount of time and then it will click on sign up. Okay, that's fine. And after clicking on a sign up also, it will wait for maximum amount of time. Let's see. Okay, and then it will capture the context and then it will come to the next line. So the outcome for this one is it should show two views. That two contexts are there. One is a native instance and another one is a web view. That's what it should show. So whenever I mouse over on that, still we are getting this instance only. Okay. So no. No, basically it's not showing the context because of which, my script is getting failed here. If you observe, my script is getting failed. So basically, why my script is getting failed is no such element exception is populating here. Because the object, whatever you are trying to perform is on a web view, you are not switching to the web view, hence it is getting failed. Definitely, you need to switch to the view, then only it will perform. As it is not recognizing, we need to find out a way why it is not recognizing. Let me check it out and I will update you on this. Okay, so I just want to show you about how we are going to deal with the calendar functionality. So basically, this calendars is there on a GDE test application which we have studied earlier. On that application, there is a calendar. So the point out over here is how can we select a date from the calendar is the scenario which we need to study. So GDE test and here this settings and here study plan. So within the study plan, see here, the calendar is populating. My requirement is that to select any one of these dates here. That's it. Just select any one of these dates, nothing more than that. Okay, good. To do so, what I'm doing means I'm launching my Apm Inspector Session to capture the various kinds of properties associated with this application. Let this APM session load so that we can edit it and demo file GDE test, start the session. No, today we are focusing on the Android pending examples and so we are focusing on an Android pending examples and next week we are focusing iOS and the upcoming week we are going to focus on the framework. In the meantime, what I'm doing means we already have one test script which is handling this GD test application. So let me pull that test script at least to launch the application. Okay, so this is the scenario. So copy this script, right click, copy this script and create a new program. Okay, so let me create a new program, paste it up, example 19. And in this 19, so I need to leave these commands like this. Let's see basically what exactly the app is responding based on that, whether I will delete the for loops or I can reuse the same for loops. Let us see this. Okay, good. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just waiting for this APM session to connect. Once it got connected, we will study the properties and then we will go ahead with the desired operations. Yeah, it launched the app now, and let me reload this session once again. And once the session got reloaded, my requirement is to click on this one. If you scroll down, it has a class, a property, and there is a text. So what I am doing means I'm copying this class name, and in my test script there is a logic which is getting bunch of objects with a class name. So specify this class name, and my desired text is a show menu. So go back here. If it contains a show menu, click it and break the loop. Below logic will click on show menu option in the app. So that's what I have done. Okay, so existing there is a for loop and a list of web elements. I simply reused that particular piece. And once after you performed a click operation on that, this is the screen which is populating, in which I need to click on a study plan. Again, I'm just reloading my test screen here, and this is a study plan. See here, again, my study plan is having a class name. So I can use the same logic, copy the class name, go back to the program, and even there is another for loop. Here, I'm changing my class name, and here I'm changing my desired text to study plan in that for loop. So earlier it was supposed to click on a customized text, and now study plan text it's going to click. That's it. So the two for loops I reused, and now upon clicking on this study plan, directly this calendar is populating. Now let's load that calendar screen here. Usually, one thing is all the dates in the calendar will have a same property. There is a no change at all. See here, Android visit button. See here, every date in the calendar has an Android visit button itself. The only thing what we need to do is we need to get all the buttons and we need to click on a respective button based on the text. So how we have used this for loop, the similar way we have to use. So let me copy the first for loop and place it here. Below logic will click on date in the calendar, and this is options 3, and this is having a class name as an Android visit button. See here, Android visit button. That's it, I have selected that. And if you observe this session, everything is having a text as a 15, or if I select a 26, it's having a text as a 26. So here in this particular text, if it is a 26, just click on a 26. That's it. Just click on a 26 and break this for loop. If you want additionally what you can do, I can click on okay, I can write down a logic which will click on a cancel button. I can do all those things, but I don't want to do that particular activity now. I just want to see whether it is clicking on a date or not. I know how exactly we can click on an OK button, right? So let me run my test script as a Java application this time. It will execute, and let us see whether it is selecting the date or not in the calendar. It installed the app now, and it is launching the app, and it will wait for some time, and then it clicked on that first one, and then it should click on a study plan. The calendar got populated whatever the date that we have given. Okay, so it got a failed here. Okay, see guys, I know the issue. Without checking the error message itself, I can understand the issue. See, the issue is here we are capturing the data in an option 3, but in the for loop we are using an option 1. So that's the reason it got a failed. So I changed everything to option 3. Okay, that's a simple correction. So usually this is the issue with the copy paste. Whenever we are doing a copy paste, we will be ending up with these issues itself. That's the reason while writing our test script we should be more cautious. Okay, let me rerun it. It should execute successfully this time. Yeah, it's launching the app now. Let us see these instance. So it should click on that settings drop options and then study plan followed by a study plan. It should pick the date from the calendar. Yes, 26 got picked. So it's up to you, whichever the date you want, you can pick it. Additionally, in continuation with this scenario, what you can do means you can write down a logic which will click on a cancel button. In order to do so, the only thing what I can do means if you can observe the cancel button property, let me look here. If you observe the cancel button property, even it has a Android visit button itself. The only thing what you need to do is you can use the same for loop. Okay, you can use the same for loop and place it here, and you need to change it to an option 4. Okay, you need to change it to an option 4, and here instead of this one, go with the cancel and hit cancel. That's it. That's the simple thing which you need to do in order to handle the cancel logic. Okay, even with the OK logic also. If the application is supporting OK, you can do that particular OK functionality also. Good. So this is a simple script how you can create in order to validate the calendar functionality. Good. Cool. So the next point here is the most important thing related to a mobile. Basically, whenever you are working on any kind of an applications, you may need to perform a swipe operation or a scroll operation, which is a quite a common thing in our mobile phones, right? That's going to be a simple and a quite common thing in our mobile phone. In order to handle such things, even your Apm is having a separate class inside which using which you can perform that swiping. Okay, if at all there is a swipe, we can perform a swipe. If at all there is a scroll, you can perform a scroll operation. All those things we can do using that. So the key concept for this particular one is a touch actions in Apm. Touch actions will provide various sets of methods using which we can perform these logics. Okay, and okay, that's fine. But how exactly we can perform it? There is some thumb rules basically. Okay, there are some thumb rules which exactly you need to follow. If you are following one thumb rule, basically one rule, then whichever the application might be, the same logic one time create it, you can use it anywhere. It will be common for swipe, it will be common for scroll. Wherever it might be, this logic will be one and the same. The only thing is we need to cross check one thumb rule. If it is satisfying, then automatically it will execute your test script. Good. So what is this a thumb rule and how to do that? In order to do so, what I am doing means I want to install one app in my mobile to show you this stuff. Okay, so which application I want to do means this 11 app. Okay, copy this APK file name, go back to your Apm session, and here in this Apm, change it to yes 11 stage.apk. I have changed this APK file, and now Once after I have changed this information, then the next point which I need to do is let me establish my APM session first. Start the session. Okay, let us start the session. Once the app got installed, on the app home screen itself, we have this swipe functionality. Let us see that. So it installed the app. Now, if you can see the app, this is the screen which it populated. So I'm clicking on a deny for now, and then this is the screen. And see guys, on this screen basically, I do have these options at the bottom. See the slider menu option. So it's highlighting one screen, two, three, four. There are four different screens in the slider. So I can use this one, two, three. See, I can do this slide operation. Slide towards right or slide towards the left. Usually, we will be moving ahead itself. We won't come back. Okay. So if that's the case, how can I use this slider operation? Right. How exactly I can use this slider? So let me reload my mobile instance here. Okay, yes, this is the screen. And on this thing, what I'm doing means, let me get the screen information. This time, I don't want my specific object. I'm trying to get my entire screen information itself. See, if I select this particular Android resource ID content, this is the whole screen it is highlighting. If I select this one, okay, up to here, screen container, it's highlighting the whole page itself, and even this one is highlighting the whole screen. So I just want to go with the whole screen identification itself. Let's see the last property which has the whole screen index. Okay, so this is the property which has the whole screen index, right? So this is having, okay, the, see here, ID, com.selendroid ID, how it works, screen 1. See, this is my first screen. If I load into a next screen, then it will be displaying as a screen 2. Like that, they will be assigning the properties. And if you can see this section, attribute and values, it has a resource ID and some information about that particular object. And at last, the most important thing required for us to work on this swiping or scrolling is this bounds. Bounds means stating that these are the various boundaries for this particular screen, like 1080 and 2094 are the boundaries, like an x coordinate and as well as a y coordinate for this particular screen. Okay, this is the key thing for us. In between 1000 and 2000, consider that in between 1000 and 2000, okay, it's starting from 0 comma 0, 1000 comma 2000 comma, okay, 2000. Now what I'm going to do right now, let me switch back to my Eclipse editor, and I have already created one test script for this demo scenario. Let me open that scenario for now to see how exactly we can handle this. Okay, how exactly we can handle this swipe operation. So I just loaded my screen. So here, this is a basic program which is capturing or which is installing the app. And now here, the command of which I'm using here is driver.window.getSize. GetSize is a command in APM. So this is the Selenium command also. Okay, getSize is a command which is used to get the size of the screen. Okay, the size of the screen basically. Okay, using which we can get height and the width of the app. Okay, so what exactly my height of this app, the screen basically, what exactly the width of my screen, height and the width, it's going to capture here. Okay, now here the whole logic depends on these three values whatever we are using. So what I am doing right now here, system.out.println. So I have captured my size, right? In this particular size, let's see the height and width which it is capturing by default. Okay, system.out.println size values are plus size dot. So let me get the actual coordinates. See here, size dot get height. The same way, size dot get width. That's it. I have captured this information. And here, the points of what I am doing means the width of this screen I am multiplying with the 0.9 and I am storing it in a start point. So system.out.println start point value is plus start point. The similar way, let's get this endpoint also. System.out.println endpoint value is plus endpoint. System.out.println screen place is plus capture this screen place and place it here. That's it. I just want to use this up to here itself. I don't want to go with anything else. I just want to see these values. So what I'm going to do right now, let me try executing my test scripts. Run as a run as a Java application itself. Let me try to execute it and let us see what exactly the values it is printing to the console. Based on these values, we can come to one understanding how it is performing these operations. I just started executing my test script. It will take a few seconds to install the app. Let's wait for a minute until the app got installed. It launched the app now. So I don't have any logic to click on this deny. Hence I clicked on this deny manually. So this is my target screen for which I want to capture the height and as well as the width of that particular screen and which it is capturing as per my script. See here guys. So the first value here. So the first system.out.println we used it as a height. The height of this particular screen is a 2094. The width of this screen is a 1080. Okay, this is what the height of the screen and this is what the width of that particular screen. And even if you observe this instance, see here the width and a height, it is showing in the bounds itself. Whatever the value is there within these bounds, it's just displaying that particular value itself. And if you scroll back and the start point and the end point and all these values which we are generating here, it should be less than those values itself. Okay, so here one thumb rule is start point should be less than the width values. Start point comma end point should be less than the width value and screen place should be less than height value. Good. So if you observe the start point value, it printed as a 972. And as per my application, the width is of 1080, which is less than that. So I can use this particular formula into 0.90. I can use it. The similar way, if you observe the end point, I'm multiplying with the 0.2, which it is returning as a 216. And again, there's a 216 is less than the actual width of 1080. I can use these two start point and as well as an end point. And if you can see the screen plays, basically we are multiplying with that height, and we are getting that screen plays as a 1465, even which is less than a 2094. So all these three things are satisfying my formula. For suppose a quick question will rise in our mind. For suppose the formula I have a using 0.9, this value start point is coming as, okay, for suppose if the start point value is going out of the actual width value, then we need to change the multiplication number from 0.9 to either 0.6 or a 0.5 or something. It's up to you, but ultimately that value should be less than the width value, even if the endpoint or the screen place, if their values are out of the actual values, then change the multiplication number in the formula and make sure that your data is coming within the height value and a width value only. This is a thumb rule. So I told you that there is a thumb rule. In order to do so, this is a thumb rule, and we have everything in place. Now I'm creating an object to my touch actions in Apm. Touch action space TS is equal to new touch action of a driver. So I have created an object to my touch actions in Apm. Upon creating an object, how can I perform a swipe operation means using a point option. Okay, using a point option and as well as a wait options available in this particular Apm. So what I am asking my touch action to press. Where exactly it needs to press, for which I'm using this point option, using which we are specifying height and the width of the desired location where it needs to press. See here, we have already specified the start point value. I am asking my Apm to perform a press operation using the coordinates point option dot a point, where in which I am pointing the width and as well as a height as an input. And after doing a press operation, the next action is a wait action. So what I am asking it to do, wait for this much amount of a time. Press it. So if you clearly observe this one, the first action what we are doing is create an object to touch action. After that, press using the height and width. The third one is wait for some time. And the next one is use a move to option, where in which specify the end coordinates. That's it. So for press, use the start coordinate, and for move, use the end coordinate. That's it, nothing more than that. And here at the end, I'm using a release method and I'm using a perform method. So release will release that action, and a perform will perform the action on the application. That's it. So this is a simple way how exactly we can use it. Now, what I'm doing means, let me try to run my test script and see whether it is handling this operation or not. run as a Java application. I'm trying to execute my test script now. Run as a Java application. And let me check out my console and as well as the Apm session too. It should perform a swipe operation. See, once we perform this operation on this application, we have 3 or 4 times we have this swipe functionality. Let us see how exactly we can perform this operation too. Okay, there are multiple ways in order to address this particular stuff. Let us see. So first of all, let it install the app so that we can see this. Okay, let's wait for a minute. So I clicked on deny manually. It's waiting for some time. Now let us see whether it is performing a swipe operation or not. We have a given 19,000 milliseconds. It will wait till that time got elapsed, and then it will perform this operation. See, it performs. Good. So I have a written logic only one time, hence it will perform it. But usually, in the real world, we have to perform 3 times or 4 times, right? So we have to perform a 3 times or 4 times that particular operation. Okay. So one, two, three. So I performed it that operation for 3 times, and at last, if the register option comes into the picture, I want to stop it. Okay, so what I need to do out over here is this is a single one which it is performing the operation. Now copy the same script and paste it again. So I just want to go with a dynamic logic. So here, how exactly the dynamic logic it should be? It should click on a register. So I hope I have already created my test script earlier, which is handling the register button clicking on the same application. So let me see that application once, okay, where we have a created for that register. Okay, 1 second. Let me get it. Let me open the previous test scripts. Demo 14. It's not okay. Let's see the demo 14 scripts. Skip button. Yeah, this is the register button, right? Copy this register button, and my logic is here in a demo 8. Close all the commands, other programs, and maximize it. So in this situation, okay, this is the touch action which it is performing. So I want to do this action multiple times until I found my desired object. So what I am doing right now, this is the key logic which is performing these operations, right? So this is the key logic. This is the whole logic. So this is what my register object is. So driver dot find the element by ID dot is displayed. I can use a is displayed command while is displayed. See here, basically, I'm just using this condition while is displayed, or additionally, what I can do means int x is equal to 1 while x greater than or equal to 1. Rotate this loop until the x value is greater than 1. If it is displayed, just click on it and break the loop. Okay, so this is the condition which we are using in order to verify that. Okay, usually, this command, is displayed, will throw some exceptions. So let me use an is enabled. Okay, let me use an is enabled command, and then okay, and then let me place this logic there. This logic, cut it and just place it inside a while loop. That's it. Now Let me run my test script. That's it. This is a simple point, guys. It will perform again a swipe operation until it see the register. That's it. Okay. See, I'm clicking on this deny manually, and it should wait for some time, and then it should perform the swipe here. Let us see whether it is performing this logic or not. That's fine. It's up to you how exactly the conditions you want to specify. Just to specify the conditions. Okay, it should dynamically perform these operations. Good. And no such a element exception. An element cannot be located. Okay, so usually this command is throwing an exception. Right. So what I am going to do right now is display it. This command is throwing an exception. So what I want to do right now means surround this command with a try catch block, throwable E. Okay, just surround it with a try catch block. The meaning is if that object is not there, it will throw an exception. In the catch block, it will go to this one and it will print that system.out.println still the register button not displayed. That's it. This is a simple logic I want to do. So why I'm surrounding with a try block? If the object is not there, it is throwing an exception as a no such element exception. I just want to get rid of that particular exception. Hence, I am using this particular stuff. Okay, cool. So let us rerun this script. Okay, I have re-executed my script. Let us see how this is going to work. It launched the app now. Let me click on this deny manually, and then it should perform a swipe operation. Let's see that. So as said, it should perform multiple swipes. One, it's done. Two, it's done. Three, it's done. And it's trying to do now. And now it found the register. It clicked on a register. That's it. It performed this operation successfully. So this is the way how to deal with these swipe operations. Done the deal. So today I just want to start with a scroll up or a down using an APM program. So in the last session we discussed about how to perform a swipe operation, and even we did swipe until we find a register, and we clicked on a register also. Right, until we find a register and we clicked on that particular register option also. The same way here also, we just need to go with the same scrolling operation. An example for this one is, see, this is the application form which I have loaded, and say manually I need to scroll down to see the below options. You need to scroll down to see the below options. Scroll down, scroll up. These are the operations which you need to do using a program. So again, I'm creating a new program here, and the only thing what I'm doing in order to deal with it is, okay, so I'm just creating an object to touch actions. Okay, so whatever the touch actions are there, I'm just creating an object to touch actions. So touch actions A is equal to new touch actions. And if you observe here, what I'm doing means I'm just passing down the desired capabilities followed by there's a thread dot sleep. The reason why I'm giving this much of time is I need to navigate till the register screen. I'm not writing down any explicit commands to navigate there. So I'm just using these commands which will navigate till there. Okay, good. And once it navigated till there, then the next point is I'm creating an object to the touch actions, and then I'm getting the size of that particular web page or the size of that particular app. So I have already loaded this instance on my Apm Inspector Session. So if you can see, this is the section, and it has a boundaries like this is the height and a width of that particular screen. And what I'm doing right now means by default, I'm using this 0, comma 5 and 0, comma 2. Okay, I'm just multiplying the height 1. So the height 1 and the width 1, basically, I'm generating these things. Okay, so here what I am doing means I'm getting the height for that particular screen and I'm multiplying with a 0.5, and as when we are multiplying with a 0.5 it will be getting in a decimal values. That's the reason I'm converting this height h1 into just an integer. The same way here I'm multiplying with a 0.2 and I'm converting into a integer value. So if you clearly observe what I have done right now to perform this scroll down operation, I captured the height, or I captured the size of the screen, and in that size of the screen, I'm multiplying with the 0.5, storing it in an H1, 0.2, and I'm storing it in an H2. And now I'm pressing here at 0 comma h1 and I'm releasing at 0 comma h2. So basically what we are doing in order to perform a scroll down means press at 0 comma h1, move to 0 comma h2. The height we are multiplying it, we are asking it to move till there. So this is the stuff what I have written here. Action dot a press. For this press you need to specify the pointer coordinates, hence I am using point option dot, I'm specifying my coordinates. So start from there and the new wait options, and here wait dot a duration, and I have a specified move to point option dot point dot 0 dot h2. So if you specify h2 and h1 in a y coordinate for this point object, okay, if you specify that one in the y coordinate, then it will scroll down. See, the thumb rule here is if we specify 0 comma h1 and 0 comma h2, then it will scroll down. If we specify h1 comma 0 and h2 comma 0, then it will scroll up. That's it. So changing the coordinates will automatically work. That's what I haven't done anything else apart from this. Now, what I am doing means just run my test script. I don't want to do anything. So I have analyzed this and I have understood the commands basically, right? For this press, we need to specify the point option, and I have specified the actual coordinates. And the similar way for the move also, I have specified the coordinates, the height basically. So when I run my test script this time, it should install the app and even it should perform a scroll down operation on that screen. Let us see how it's going to do. So it's executing. It will take a few minutes to load the app. Let's wait till then. Okay, it installed the app. So I'm just doing these a few clicks manually. Okay, so I just clicked on a register and finally I'm on this screen now. Now see, it performed a scroll down operation. Right guys, it did a scroll down operation successfully. That's it. So this is a simple way how to handle this scroll down logic. And the same way, let me add a scroll up logic also. I'm not changing anything. Okay, so and here, one second. So earlier, so this logic is scrolling down. So this logic I want to perform for the scroll up. So what I want to do right now means, let me comment this line. So here, dimensions are 1, So I'm just changing all the coordinates. The reason is earlier we already have this information which is for scroll down. That's the reason I'm changing it properly in all the places. And here the coordinates height 11, height 12. Okay, that's it. So there, the above scroll up, scroll down, and the below scroll up has a unique values 12 and then 12. And what is the actions class object what we have created? I'm just referring the same actions, or you want, we can create a new action also, action 2. So here I'm using an action 2. For the scroll up we have a separate method, and for the scroll down we have a separate method. See, let us see touch action 2, and we are getting the dimensions of this screen, and I'm just using all the same instances. Good. Let me try to run my test script at this time and see how this is going to execute. So both are one and the same. Earlier it did it down, and now it will do the scroll down and a scroll up. That's it. And one thing, guys, the logics whatever I have created for swipe, scroll down, scroll up will be common for any kind of a application. So assume that your application is having a scroll down scenario. You no need to recreate the logic. Just copy these 5 lines of a code and paste it there. That's it. The similar way for the scroll up, scroll down, whatever the things we did here, you can simply reuse it in your program. Such kind of a reusability is there for this. So the reason is here we haven't specified any page object properties, right? So we are just referring to the simple page size and a coordinates. So definitely it will work. There is a no issue in that. Okay, so you just need to utilize them in a proper way. That's it, nothing more than that. Okay, cool, done the deal. So it did, it performed the operation, and even it will terminate the app after some time too. That's it. This is the way how it will deal with it. Good enough, done the deal. So basically what I did in this program is earlier, whatever the coordinates are there, from the above, I'm just tweaking the coordinates and I'm just trying to run my test script to see how it's going to work. Nothing more than that. So how I did earlier means to scroll up, I used, okay, to scroll up, I used uh, H11 comma 0 and a H12 comma 0. Now what I am doing means in order to scroll up 0 comma H11 and 0 comma H12. I have just given these coordinates and want to see basically how it will happen. So everything in this stuff will be with the coordinates itself. Okay, based on the coordinates itself, it's going to deal the whole stuff. So I just wantedly changed these coordinates to see how it's going to work. So let us see this simple point and see how the execution is going to happen. So manually I clicked on a deny, manually I clicked on a skip. I haven't written any commands to do these things in the current scenario, but we already have a scripts for this earlier. If you want, you can incorporate those scripts here, but simply, I'm just doing these actions manually. I don't want to write any script for that. Okay, fine. That's it. So here, if you observe, whenever I have given these coordinates, still it is scrolling down itself, not scrolling up. Okay, it's not scrolling up, basically, it's just scrolling down. So on top of this one, again, what I'm doing means H11 comma 0. Okay, so just want to tweak the coordinates and see how exactly my script is going to move. H12 comma 0. That's it. H11 comma 0 and H12 comma 0. Run my test script. So with this set of coordinates, what it happened? Further scroll down the script. Right? Further scroll down the script. Now what I'm doing again means H11 comma 0 and H12 comma 0. That's it. So this is another combination which I'm trying right now. This is going to be my final combination. So based on these combinations itself, it will perform those scroll up and scroll down. So just I want to give a try with this and see how this is going to work. Let it execute. This is going to be a final run for this. Okay, this is going to be a final run for this application, and this is the last scenario for our Android applications. And once we are done with these scenarios, then we will jump onto the iOS scenarios. Okay, good. So let's wait for a few seconds and see how the app is responding. Okay, it launched the app. Let me click on the deny. Let me click on a skip. Let me click on a register to. As said earlier, we already have a scripts for this. You can use those scripts and you can navigate these scripts. It's up to you whether you want to use a script. But in the real world, of course, you will be writing down a script itself to handle those operations. Okay, that's it. So this is not a performing a swipe up operation. That's fine. A scroll up operation, it's not working. But that's fine. So we know that a H12 comma 0 and H11 comma 0 that worked for me and it performed a swipe operation. I'm good enough to go there. Okay. That's the thing. Done up to here. And in a final try, what I'm doing means I'm commenting all these lines. Even I am commenting the touch actions too also. Only the touch action h1 comma 0, h2 comma 0. This is the one action. And the another thing is after performing this one, I'm using a thread dot sleeper here. Again, copy these actions h2 comma 0 and h1 comma 0. See guys, I'm just giving a lot of probabilities here to see how exactly the different types of scrolls are working on the app. Okay, so that's the reason I have given two lines of a command, and moving further we can delete these lines. So what I have done means I don't want to capture the coordinates again and again. Whatever the initial captured coordinates are there, I just want to trigger my, or I just want to continue my test script using the coordinates itself. That's it. That's a simple point. I want to give a try. So I just executed my test script. It will take a few seconds to navigate to that instance. Let's wait. Good. It launched the app now. Let me click on a deny. Let me click on a skip. And let me click on a register. Yes, let's see. The first, it will scroll down. And let's see with the remaining two options what it's going to do. It did. Okay. The second thing, what it's going to do. Okay, it's done. And the third thing, it's trying to scroll, swipe something else. Okay, that's fine. Done the deal. Done up to here. So this is a simple thing. Okay. So this is the way how can we play around with these actions classes. Okay. How exactly you can play with these actions classes. This is the way, guys. Done the deal. Done up to here.